Good. This down here like that. Yep. Excuse me.
I think we're ready.
I believe so. All right. Got a microphone down there, Gary? Awesome.
I do? Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Well, good morning, all. We're to my point in this deal this year. So as we used to call it the Gary Mickey Show. That's a terrible label. But
We mean it with affection.
I can even think of a little song that would go along with it, some jazz hands.
we'll do a TikTok later. How about that? So some of this I could just talk. So I'm going to try to do some things in broad strokes and then invite, of course, any questions you have. But particularly this year, and this will be my 8th or 9th budget I've built for Topeka Public Schools. And the single reason I wanted you guys to have a copy of this budget workshop is just imagine for us in the finance department, it struck me this week that anything increasingly difficult to explain becomes exceedingly difficult to understand for the other folks. So if it's increasingly difficult for me to explain, I get it's exceedingly difficult for you to understand. And then that struck me, when you have to do something like this, and I'll do the same thing this evening, is what kind of communicator am I? Am I a great communicator? Well, I'm not sure that I am, because that's not what I do. I crawl back in my hole after this, and then I come out twice a month to talk to board members. But it struck me last night. I listened to Chuck Swindoll, and I'm not Catholic, but I love Chuck Swindoll, who's a really popular pastor, has had a radio program for a lot of years. He has a great pastoral voice. Many of our Catholic priests, if you're Catholic, I don't know, they're not that exciting sermons. And this guy talks very well, but he had this story, and I remember it, and I wonder if it applies to me or no. But he had a young student, a seminary student, who was just absolutely certain, a brilliant student, absolutely certain they had the gift for preaching. And he was just convinced, and his mentor knew that the student was very brilliant, but there's a point in the seminary, right, where it just comes down to preaching, particularly, I think, for our evangelical friends. And this person wasn't good at it. And nobody in the university thought this person was good at it, but this person was convinced, in this instance, right, that God had given them a gift for preaching. And after several sessions, in terms of the progression to become pastors, his mentor administrators sat this person down and said, "This maybe God's calling you to do something else in the ministry, because we're not certain. Matter of fact, we're pretty sure you're just not cut out to preach, because at some point on Sunday you got to preach." And the student was adamant, was convinced that God was calling for that. And I think if I remember the story, Mr. Swindoll said this went on for 2 or 3 hours with the student. The mentor advisor, probably many of you have been in this role, right? You're not going to be a mathematician. We need to make sure you understand these things, probably like a mathematician. His mentor was just physically exhausted, wore out, and said, okay, I'm going to concede that God has given you the gift of preaching. He said, the problem is, young man, God has not given the gift of listening to you, to your audiences. And sometimes I wonder if we're all not in that boat. So if I'm in that boat today, forgive me if I get lost or run aground. I'm human, and I do not profess that this is something I'm good at. All right? So let's look at that first page, and we're going to talk about enrollment, some really broad things. First thing is enrollment, excluding our 4-year-old at risk. And again, feel free, if I say something that sounds like word salad, right? Anybody can stop me. Enrollment FTE, full-time equivalent, excludes our 4-year at risk, virtual and CAMS. But really what this graph demonstrates is our foundation aid enrollment. And these are audited numbers by year. And there's just no good news there. Starting in 2016-17, I've shared with you before, coming out of the block grant, we were at 13,252. Moved into 18, 19, 20, progressed to the right into 2022. You can see what that enrollment has done. The little dotted blue line is trend. You can see we've really kind of maintained that trend, and predictably, we think, and Dr. Kip would agree that trend's probably going to remain that way. We hope it flattens out. But you can see where we've been a little above trend, 2019-20, but certainly 2021, we remain below trend. And what the graph below that, the orange, really represents is the decrease, the impact, what happened. So from the prior year, 17-18, that was a decline of 275 kids, 18-19, 246. Keep in mind, this is foundation aid, which is the biggest block of state aid that we get. And you'll see in our slide 3 or page 3, we'll equate kids, of course, always to numbers. 2019-20, 255 in our down in our foundation aid calculation. 2021, 528.8. 2022 down 174. So well over 1,000 student decrease in that 5-year span. These are numbers, again, that can be validated on the Kansas Department of Ed data site, central data site. So weighted enrollment, that's FTE. You've heard me talk, that's belly buttons. When we get into weightings, right, we have our ELL kids, we have our special needs kids, we have our career tech ed kids. And what I've done is, we've really saw this trending decrease. It's a really, pronounced, prominent decline, right? We know how many kids we've lost for foundation aid. Are they going somewhere else? We've asked that question. And if you look, I've kind of looked at the weighted enrollment of our friends in Shawnee County, Seaman, Silver Lake, Auburn, Washburn, Shawnee Heights, Topeka. So you can see 2018 through 2022 in terms of weightings. It's not a surprise. We have a very much higher population of at-risk kids, special needs kids, ELL kids. So we have historically, our weightings have been larger than all the other districts combined in Shawnee County. You can kind of see that spread or that gap. Started closing in 21 based on audited enrollment, right? The other 5 total would be a little slightly larger than Topeka Public Schools for declining enrollment. But taking that same data and plotting their weighted enrollments linearly, you can see where ours has that downward progression. Their enrollment is pretty flat. Nobody has a spike. I don't think our kids, there's that mass exodus from the city to the suburbs. I don't think that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that it could possibly be, I would say, less births? Because I know we talk about births.
Oh, I think certainly there's evidence that supports.
One size birth rate, not rates, but the births of babies are less in Topeka. People are out spreading to the surrounding districts, and it just appears that they're not growing, but and they're leaving us and going to those maintaining those numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't, Mr. Gibson. I just enrollment's enrollment,
Yeah.
and it right. So that may be.
Yeah, these are hard numbers.
So something, yeah. This is what they get paid on too. So, and I think there's certainly evidence that right folks are having smaller families. I grew up in a family of 8. There's not very many families that look like that. Right?
Virtual.
Virtual.
What are we looking at for virtual, and are we higher in numbers than other districts when it comes to virtual?
Yeah, and we had a very unusual for us, and I didn't include any data here in virtual. It's a great question. I could share that with you. Historically, in these same years, our virtual numbers have been pretty flat, and the legislative post-audit folks looked at virtual. Our state aid from virtual hovered in the 200,000 to 300,000 range, with 12 to 15 FTE, and last year it exploded. It was the only good news in our budget. It didn't turn that trend line up, but it certainly softened the landing for a year where you'll see we had declining dollars because of enrollment. our virtual coming out of COVID, and as Sarah or Billy, you guys might want to talk a little bit. We did have more families than expected keep their kids virtual last year.
And we added elementary virtual, which we didn't previously have.
So, Alan?
Is that fair to say then on the decrease in the enrollment impact in 2021, that 525, is there kind of a trend as you see going down? So we get to the 525 or less, say 200 of that was possibly virtual,
In 21?
2021.
Yeah.
Is it easy to assume that, or where do those kids go? Do we know?
I don't think that is the case at all.
Because that was a big hit.
Remember, this foundation aid is calculated is your audited enrollment.
Right.
And you can use this year, if you have a great count this year, or you could use the previous 2 years. So with foundation aid, I'm saying that decline was something that happened prior 2 years. Because coming out of the block grant is really where we started seeing these declines. And I can speak to that when we get to, turning these numbers into dollars. But great question, Jermaine, on your point, because virtual in 2022, again, was one of the only highlights, because rather than 200 or 300,000 in state aid for that group of folks, which is about what we had been running, we ended up with just right at $1 million in state aid. That certainly didn't offset the $2.5 million we lost in at-risk funding, and we're going to talk about that because our at-risk enrollment was really, really down. So really, these numbers in terms of foundation aid, because my point is, and we'll see an inflection point in with the mill levy, I believe in 21, where we just have reached a point where there's not a good year to go back to. That's our problem. We don't have a good year. We haven't had a good year in the year of enrollment, but we don't have a good year to go back to, is what we've reached. And keep in mind, foundation aid is calculated on your best or highest enrollment for the current year or the previous 2. That's where it stops. Your weightings are this year's enrollment. You can't go back to a great year for weightings, okay? Did I muck that all up, or does that make some sense? Okay.
Didn't we moved budget over for virtual, right? Because it's getting to be so.
We, if you notice, right, we republished the virtual fund this year. So we had to move some expense over there because of the influx of students that just remained virtual in our elementary, was a big population, and our secondary kids as well saw growth there. Yep. What scares me about that is predictability. When something goes from 15 to 200, I worry about. Do you budget 400 next year or 30? Well, and if you have thoughts on that, let me know. Okay, weighted enrollment versus other districts. Again, my point here, and I hope it is, did they go to other districts? And I really, really don't think they did. Could some of our students be in our parochial school systems here in Topeka? Yeah, sure. I think that is certainly the case. But our public partners here in Shawnee County have really saw a flat enrollment, as well as most school districts across the state of Kansas. I've talked to finance directors in Hutchinson, west of Salina, because I belong to the Kansas Educational Risk Management Pool, which insures now 100 school districts. We'll talk a little bit about that. It just really soft enrollment across the state, I think, is kind of indicative. So we've always had more cows in Kansas than people, but the cows are winning, I think, right now.
That was dying.
Yeah, right, because of the heat, you're right. Okay, well, what does all that mean, Minky? That's great. We can't kids, what does it mean? And so the next sheet I want you to go to is really the sheet with all the numbers. And that's in there twice. When I printed it, it printed really small. And then I thought, doggone, I heard so many people that were of retirement age this week that I thought maybe, and I include myself and the folks that maybe it would be more beneficial if I put it a little bigger and landscaped it. So not that I wanted you to try to absorb this twice, and really not that I want you to absorb the whole thing. I want us to focus on 21, 22, 23. I talked about inflection points. And you could look going back to 15, 16, 17, right? 38.52. Why is that 38.52? Because the state of Kansas, Sam Brownback, Ty Masterson, the whole really big group of really smart guys thought that block grants were going to save the world at $3,852. And they were really wrong. But you know, there are some folks, and I'll try not to get political here, show you my political stripes, that still think maybe that strategy is great thinking, and they're just doing it a little differently. They're doing it with legislation. They're doing it with legislation that we can talk about that just makes this increasingly more difficult and exceedingly harder to explain. That's not helpful for us. So, yes, state aid coming out of the block grant per child has increased 4,006, 18, 4165, 4436, 4569, 4706, and we will build this budget on $4,846, about a 3% increase, right? 21, 22, 23, about a 3% increase. Then next year it goes to CPI, right? We'll talk a little bit about that because we talked about that in the budget workshop when they wrote and codified the finance law. They went to CPI. That everybody thought that was a great idea because if you look at historic inflation for 20 years, right? What's it been? You know, some years below 1%, 2% max. So that's better than the 3 or 4% we've been giving you. And guess what? We have this year. And we're going to talk about this a little bit, right? Inflation hits 9.1%, Wall Street Journal. I don't know. I think that's a publication probably we could trust. It's in terms of economic news. I wouldn't get you know my what books to read or movies to watch from there. But if the Wall Street Journal on the front page says inflation has hit 9.1%, I think that was pretty accurate. So not that I expect in 2024 a 9.1% increase. It'll be an average. I believe the state law says it's an average of either the current, and prior 2 years. I think it's an average, but it certainly won't be 3%. I suspect for 2024, I would suspect something in the range of 5 to 6%, but we'll see. So state aid per child has gone up. What is that translated to for Topeka Public Schools from 21, 22, and my anticipations for 23? And that's at the bottom in the highlighted areas, and I'll walk you through this the best I can. Now I'm going to take weightings at the top of that. We talked a little bit about our partners there in the middle, but now let's talk about dollars. What are those weightings translate into dollars? FY21 and FY22 are audited. That's what we actually got. FY23, bear with it, are my estimates. You can see coming out of FY21, we had a 3% increase in per child revenue, $4,569 from the $4,436. In actuality, because of our decline in foundation aid and weighting from 22,980, almost 84 and 20 to 22,289, it was decline in weighted enrollment of 694, decline in foundation of 565, real inflection point. We actually ended up with total, what I would call operational dollars, which is our general fund state aid, our LOB state aid, and our special education state aid. You could see in 20, that total was $136,601,000. In 2021, that total was $136,065,168. It was a decline of $536,000. The general fund, the LOB, and special education state aids, this is how we pay folks. Folks are 70-75% of what we do, salary and benefits, plain and simple. We'll talk about some other things we have to buy that have gotten very expensive, but people are our most expensive input, okay? So we go from 21 to 22, what happens? Another 3% increase in that foundation state aid, another decline in belly buttons or head counts of 210, another decline in weightings of about 1,000. And you can see in FY22 actuals, our general fund LOB spent state aid of $134,289,000 is about $1,775,000 less actual revenue in those funds. General fund LOB support, remember support, 4-year-old at risk, special ed, career tech ed. Those weightings flow through the general fund and the LOB into those funds. Okay. My thoughts based on enrollment numbers that Dr. Kipp has provided to the board and to our department would be another slight decline for 2023. That head count dropping a little bit, about 80 to 100 students. FTE, what we're budgeting, dropping, another 150 to 200 kids. I hope not artificially kept our SPED state aid weighting a little higher than it was a year ago. I'm hoping that we can find a few additional special education teachers. I know we're short in some areas. And a reminder that special ed state aid is different, right? We don't count belly buttons of kids. We count belly buttons of staff. Teachers are one full weighting, and paras are 0.4. And we add up that total, multiply it times categorical aid. Usually it's around 29 to 30,000. That special ed currently is funded at about 70% of the statute, which is that statute says the state should fund special education excess cost at 92%. They're not doing that. I'll have a commentary on that. Simply an opinion, not a commentary, or not facts. That will be an opinion when I share with you my thoughts on that. But bottom line is, I think conservatively, if all goes well, we have a good at-risk application process. That's very important. I want to talk about that. I still think we could be faced with about a $1.2 million decline in that general fund LOB SPED arena, our operating dollars. Outside of these dollars, the state aid dollars we get are capital outlay. We levy 8 mills. We'll talk about that a little bit. What do we do with that money? We keep all of our buildings in repair. We levy 4 mills for our bond and interest, which is paying off that bond and interest on the 2014 bond, $143 million bond, where we did storm shelters and security, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And then we levy it under $0.25 mil for special liability, which supports our our legal fees, and any judgments against the district. And that's a pretty small levy, but the 20 mil general fund state aid, whatever we do locally for LOB, and our special education state aid, that is the meat and potatoes that pay our salary and benefits in terms of state and local dollars. Okay, I would anticipate that looks down for next year. Quite simple. Okay, we are going to go to the next slide and graph that I want you to look at is mill levy history. And we're going to talk about mill levy, but I'm also going to talk about that in terms of, in reference to enrollment and state aid.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if this is the right place for you to address it. Maybe it'll come up later, maybe you
There
can
are no right places.
answer it now. When we look at these documents every year, there's always, I'm looking at now the prediction on head count, the predictions of how many fewer students we will have. And I know you're in the business of predicting how many students we might lose over the next academic year. But it's a guessing game, but it's based on data that you have in front of you. But like last year, we lost 210 students, and I think the prediction was somewhere over 300 students. And the year before that, we lost 565, and I think the prediction was somewhere around 700. So if you could explain how you come up with these predictions, first of all, and second of all, I know we had some situations, and I'm going to go anecdotal at this point in time, where we expected a decreased enrollment at some of our elementary schools, and then at the last minute, we were hiring teachers because we had more students come in. Am I getting that right, Jermaine? We had.
Yes, and we lost teachers, like our school went from a 4-track to a 3-track. So we lost some teachers in the process. I'm not saying that they lost their jobs, I'm saying they were just scrambled or put different places, we didn't fill, those kind of things. Do we take that into consideration with the budget? I mean, we lost those teachers. Do we have an estimate on how many positions we lost?
Yeah, and I'm gonna, I can speak to the numbers, right? Because when we build this budget, we build it on data that's really HR driven and position driven, and per building, very important, and we estimate and build that budget right based on those costs. But I can't honestly tell you because my department doesn't staff things, right? We get those numbers from our friends at HR and on the ed side. So
Well, before we go to that, can you kind of tell us what data you use to make your predictions?
yeah, the data I use is from our demographics director, Dr. Kip, for students, plain and simple. And the delta is what you talked about. Again, keep in mind in foundation aid, the foundation aid we calculated for 2022, that 12,475 came from 2 periods earlier.
Okay.
That because we just can't get a year where we have a good number. Okay. So when I look at weightings, at-risk weighting, ELL weightings, I simply use the numbers driven from Dr. Kip's numbers. And if you go out and look at the SO66, the superintendent's report, and the PBRs, the principal building reports on the Kansas Department of Ed, I rely heavily on those. Listen, that's reported data to Kansas Department of Ed. Not that there's some distrust of Gary Mickey from my colleagues, I promise you I do, but I go back and validate for me and Shawnette, we validate because it does, the PBRs have by building data. But let me share something with you. Even in our best estimates or guesses, you can call them what you like, at risk is a funky thing from the standpoint, and we've talked about this, there's 15, 20 different ways to be an at-risk kid, right? I'm not on track reading in my grade level. I'm not not on track to go to the next grade level. I come from a single parent home. I've had a point of homelessness, and now, I come from a war-torn country. We have 20 kids, and I'm thinking I ought to qualify, and will need at-risk services. The only way we get additional aid for those kids is they fill out complete the United States Department of Agriculture's free and reduced economic forms. Okay? So we made some predictions in 18, 19, 20, 21 on that free enrollment, because that is what funds at risk, which funds about 50% of most regular teacher salaries at risk. Okay, funds 50% typically of most of those salaries. When you have a year that predictably, if we had 70% of our enrollment was at-risk qualified, turned in the applications in year 20 or 19, and the following year, we only had 63% participation. I would not have predicted that we would have dropped from 70% for free in a single year, 9 or 10 points. I just would have predicted that, but it happens. To further complicate that, we get into in spring of 20, and I think that, last year, I don't want to blame everything on COVID, but I'm blaming everything on COVID because it's real. So now that the USDA, everybody said, hey, everybody eats free, because we knew food service program, child nutrition programs, ours, right? I've shared this with you. We'd have been upside down had not it been for some federal dollars. For 2 years now, everybody's free. Meals are being reimbursed at $4 instead of $2.70. This year, that comes to a screeching halt. But in terms of our enrollment last year, predictably, I set the budget at above, because the prior year, 20, we were about 7,600 kids that qualified for free. Going into 2021 that fall, what's my incentive? What's my incentive for 2022 to fill out that application? There's none. Our free went to 50%. So our audited, instead of 7,660, our audited weighting was about 6,700 for 2022. We lost about 1,000 FTE in weightings because we just didn't get those applications. And you multiply that times 4,706, and that changed our budget about $2.5 million after the audit. And you don't get a second bite of the apple. We either collect those applications and get them turned in on the USDA required date, or we don't. And that's what the Kansas Department of Ed uses. Answer your question, how do we go about staffing buildings, which will be something I talk a little bit about, because our board, quite honestly, it's one of the law changes, right? Those are things that we'll have to walk through our board members this year. It's new to the budget cycle. But in terms of specific staffing, how do I know how many first grade teachers we have, or how many history teachers? Special education is Dr. Harrington, I think, has her finger on that pulse. It makes those recommendations, but I'll let the deputy superintendent or Billy and Sarah talk about individual buildings, and if Deb, you have something to add.
One thing that I can comment on, Lucinda, is that when it comes to the projections that come from Dr. Kip, we did a look back, particularly as we were putting together some information for our new board. We looked back 4 or 5 years and compared the actual final enrollment to what projected enrollment was. And you would be surprised how accurate Dr. Kip's projections were. When you say that we may have been projected for a 500 student loss, we've never been projected in the last 5 years for that number of student loss. It is usually in the 200 to 250 range as a rule. And he's been extremely accurate when it comes to that. His predictions also go as far as predicting enrollment in each one of our buildings. That is where there ends up from time to time being variation. Some of that variation you can attribute to what we didn't anticipate as far as mobility, what we didn't anticipate as far as parental selection when it comes to schools that were preferred, attendance centers. So that is where we've had to make some adjustments occasionally on the run, and probably what was experienced that 1 year at Meadows. But when you look at total enrollment, it is extremely close to what Dr. Kipp projects. He looks at historical birth rates. He looks at just population trends, particularly in the county, when he comes to predicting what those enrollment numbers would be. The thing that I ask him to do is not just predict for the 1 year that we are trying to put together a budget for, but I like to try to look out a couple years at least, maybe even 3, so that I have an idea of what those trends are going to be, so we know what impact it's going to have on our state revenues. And like I said, I do have a chart. I don't have it with me, but I'd be happy to provide it to you where we've looked at projections versus the actual enrollment.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see that. Okay, thank you. Thank you both for sharing that information. Apparently was the right place to ask. So, Gary, what's next?
All right, let's go. I guess the only other thing I will say on that document, please understand too, but it shouldn't cast a large shadow, but we build in a 2 to 3% increase in some of these numbers because you underpredict, you possibly could be in the point where you'll have budget authority you can't spend because you didn't publish your budget at that level. So republishing a budget isn't a fun thing to do mid-year. The virtual budget that we republished last spring, pretty easy because that was just a fund transfer, impacted no other funds, particularly the general fund or the LOB. So that was a pretty easy step. It was notice of publication in Metro News, getting the board's approval, and then sending that to KSDE. Republishing that general fund and LOB is different in that you kind of retrace some footsteps, like having a hearing, where the virtual, we just did that with a transfer. It didn't impact really the numbers on our Code 99 overall. So when we budget, that may have a $2 million optimism built into it, but that is the very reason is we're hopeful. It'd be nice to have a year where that would happen. And sometimes I think, man, I'd love to republish the general fund some year because that would be a lot funner than dialing it back in February after our final audit. But we do punch that up 2 or 3 points, and you think, well, $3 million is a lot of money, and it is. But think about $3 million on an almost $300 million budget. And we can have big swings. We can have big swings. When we miss the mark on our free count by 1,000 kids, that impacts the budget by a couple $1 million. So,
I have one more quick question
Yeah.
for you before we leave this.
yeah,
The mills that are levied on the county for, basically on behalf of the school district, we know that, like you said, inflation is out of control, everything is out of control, but the valuation on homes has gone up dramatically. All of us are homeowners, so we know that. So does that help? Some? If the value of my house goes up, 20, I think it went up $25,000 in the 6-month period, and then I got, my new tax bill. And so that mill levy that goes to Topeka Public Schools is a part of that.
Right.
So does that, help? I realize that the real estate within our boundaries is not necessarily the most valuable real estate in the county, but the fact that the valuation on those and therefore the taxes being collected have gone up. So
Yeah.
I'm asking you as a finance guy, how does that impact our budget?
yeah, it helps you. It helps me, because I live in the district as well, and I can share a little bit with you guys of what property tax looks like on my house, but it helps you. The only thing it does for the district is it lowers the amount of mills we have to collect to fund our budget, because here's the reality. In the general fund, in the LOB, it is throttled, right? We can't set, if we wanted to set our mill levy at 40 for the LOB, we couldn't do it. You can't. The LOB, we can only budget a percentage of the general fund max. The general fund's driven by, right, our foundation aid, which is this year's belly buttons, or the higher of the previous two, and then your weightings, right, to come up with that 80 last year, right, 84,566,000. So, and the reason I put the general fund sped legal max, you see that legal max there towards the bottom, right above the 3 negative numbers. So let me tell you how the LOB, which we levy a mill for, how that's calculated. So you take the general fund, your legal max or your budgeted, what you think you're going to get there, and you take what you think or what you anticipate for your sped. Those two together would be your legal maximum. You can't levy or collect money above the amount of kids you have in terms of actual kids plus weightings. So in the state of Kansas, the equalization part of the finance formula is we get some state aid in the LOB because of the things you had mentioned, right? We don't have the same values of home as some other districts. We have districts that also have a much poorer home climate than we have, but there's some equalization in that LOB. But to set the budget for your LOB, the statewide high average is I believe 30%. So most school districts, right, you could levy up to 30% of your general fund, which is the combination of your general fund, state aid, and your SPED. So if we look at the estimate for 23, that number is $100 million essentially, right? So why can we levy 33%? Because in 2015, there was a window and the state law allowed us to raise what we could levy in terms of the general fund above that 30% or that statewide average up to 33%. To get to the 33%, we had to have an election, and we did have an election. And it passed narrowly. I don't know, Mr. Robbins, if you remember, it wasn't by much, but it passed. So we can we can set our budget authority in that LOB of 33% of whatever we set our general fund budget at. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's how we get to the 33 million. If it was 150 million, the general fund state aid plus sped, then we could set our budget authority at 33% of that. So that really throttles the mills in the LOB. And I think there's a slide here that'll help us understand that. But increased property values, and I will speak to that here a little bit. I didn't bring it to share, but I'll send it to you. But we'll talk about property values. But increased property values help us as homeowners because we just simply have to collect fewer mills, right? Because a mill now collects more property tax. So it does help us lower that mill, but it doesn't mean we get more to spend. That makes sense?
Yeah. That's what I.
Raising property values says a mill, which is $1 on every 1,000, right, collects a bigger pot of money, but we're throttled by enrollment in the general fund and the LOB. Does that make sense?
And, you know, and I asked that question not only for us, but I know we've got some wealthier districts in the state that have significantly higher property values than us that are reaching some financial, or running into some financial issues. So I was confused by that, because I thought, well, their property values have gone up as well.
Right. The very simple fact is they are throttled by enrollment.
Okay.
You can have a whole bunch of $500,000 houses, and if that $500,000 house goes to a $750,000 house, good for you. It just means the school district has to have a smaller mill levy to collect the same amount of revenue.
Okay, thank you for
Does
that.
that
Yeah,
make sense?
that makes sense, yeah.
Anything increasingly difficult to explain becomes exceedingly difficult to understand, right?
We haven't left the table yet, Gary.
And nobody's thrown anything, so.
That's true.
Okay, let's go to the mill levy history, and we'll talk a little bit about mill levy history, and we'll get to what I call an inflection point and kind of relate mill levy to enrollment. So let's talk about the blue line. These are just points in time, what our mill levy looks like. This goes back quite a few years. This kind of thing interests me. And, you know, every year I'll have one or two folks show up and they're really angry about their property tax, and I can appreciate that. But I also can appreciate, now working for Topeka Public Schools for almost 25 years, that in order to have a good, solid, free public education, you got to be willing to pay for it. Just like you got to be willing to pay for your roads and bridges, and then we'll get into some commentary. A Gary Minky commentary here at the end. But look at our mill levy, and what I try to explain to people is we as leadership, finance department, Shawnette and I, the deputy superintendent and I promise you sweat over this every year because we're the ones that are staying in that room when we have the budget hearing. And we are mindful of your tax dollars. If you look at our mill levy, you can see progressively, even particularly coming out of the block grant, that there has been a decline, right? And I said a few minutes ago that these two things are correlated. Enrollment and mill levy are correlated because I can't levy more money in my LOB because I can only get 33% for us max of whatever we set that general fund at. That general fund is set at the number of kids we anticipate walking through the door or behinds in chairs on September 20, bottom line. So if you look at our mill levy, it has progressively decreased the past 5 or 6 years. And then I want to talk about the mill levy, one that we don't control and one that we do, but it is throttled. And you asked such a great question 5 minutes before exactly what I was going to talk about. And these two lines here, so we levy, you can levy, set a levy, a school district, and there's about 19 funds we can set levies in, okay? We set levies in 5. The general fund, everybody has that one, right? You're not gonna sneak up on anybody that doesn't have a 20 mil general fund levy. Everybody's got that one. That's by statute. The LOB levy, right? The local option budget, the supplemental general. It supplements the general fund. It's driven by the size of our general fund. And I like talking about this stuff. We levy capital outlay. You could levy up to a maximum of 8 mils. State law says you can't levy above that, okay? That repairs our buildings. We have, again, our special liability in defense of legal defense and judgments. And then we have our bond and interest. Our bond and interest mill right now is set at 4. It's done actuarially. We have refinanced our bonds. In 2014, we've refinanced 3 times. Are we progressive? Are we trying to look out for the taxpayer? I would say we are. That mill levy for that $143 million bond issue was estimated for the payout of the life of those bonds for 30 years. That mill levy was estimated to be 6.89 mils. We've refinanced that debt 3 times, portions of that debt. This last time in 2020, we refinanced about 94 million of it, which is just a lion's share of that. Drove our mill levy to 4. That mill levy actuarially can stay at 4 if valuations stay predictably close to where they're at for about the next 8 years, and then they drop to 3 mils for the life of the bonds, and we pay the bonds back 5 years earlier. Do we think about the taxpayers when we set this budget? You're damn right we do, right? We probably don't get credit for it, but we do. But let's talk about the general fund and the LOB. General fund is the blue line.
Gary,
Yes, sir.
please share with them how much that saves the taxpayers over that period of time.
Yeah, in excess of $56 million over the life of those bonds from our refinancing. Is that because I'm such a smart guy, or the deputy superintendent has some kind of magic ball, or our bond advisor counsel, Greg Barnberg, who's a really, really smart guy, I promise you, is that because we've done magic? No, it's the market. Historic low interest rates.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. So you refinance, but you get lower rates on the debt each time.
Yeah.
The same way, I don't know, I refinanced my house for the same.
We're
thing.
so, right, we do so many of the same things as a business as we do at home. And, I thought from 15 to a year ago, there wasn't a better time for a government to borrow money. You couldn't borrow money. It was a historic low rates. You could not borrow money at a lower rate of interest. That has reversed. That has changed, and we don't believe any time in the short term that's going to turn around. But as the deputy superintendent mentioned, that those 3 refinancings saved our taxpayers over the life of these bonds. We cut off 5 years, right? Most powerful thing on earth, compound interest in time. We reduced the time, we lowered the interest. It's going to save the taxpayers in our district about $56 million over the life of those bonds. So, yeah. General fund, LOB. General fund, the blue line, every school district in the state of Kansas has to levy 20 mils. They bundle it up, put it in the general fund, and disperse it by the amount of kids you have. Okay, that's how that works. There's no magic. It's just how it works. The one thing that's changed this year, though, from since I could remember in the state of Kansas, I'm a property homeowner. My home is a $100,000 home. It's not taxed on $100,000. The first $20,000 of your property is exempt from that 20 mil. This year, because schools have so much money and revenue neutral, right? We have this new revenue neutral thing where we don't want to collect more taxes from our homeowners. The first $40,000 is exempt. Law was changed. So the first $40,000 of your real property is exempt, and that's probably a little bit of that was sarcasm on my part, because probably some folks need some relief because these property values have went bananas. They don't make sense to me. They really don't. And I'm going to pull something up here. Not that you'll see it, but I'll share it with you. Because we all know what happened in 2008, right? 2008, 9, 10, the housing bubble.
Mhm.
We had a 5-year period where 4 of those years we had declining property values in Shawnee County and in our district. So they go backwards. These don't always go forwards. They do go backwards. But understand when we have an unusually high year, in this last year, right, where historically it's been 1.9, 2.3, 2.5 to 12%. That's crazy, right? So yeah, let's hey homeowner, let's exempt 40 grand. I get it. That's probably fair. Probably fair for everybody. But the LOB is a little different, right? Not just the 20 mil, because how do we establish what we're going to levy in the LOB? For Topeka Public Schools, we passed a resolution. It was done by vote. We can go up to 33% of our general fund. General fund is our regular kids plus our sped kids. So if we have $100 million budgeted general fund, we can budget our LOB at 33 million, and that is what the levy is set on. So you can see over time, the orange line, the LOB, the supplemental general, really interesting. Prior to the finance law, 15, you can see where we were above 25 mils, 13, 14. Then we get into the block grant. You see where it line flattens out. That's the block grant, 15, 16, 17. So the block grant said, hey, what you got before the block grant's what you're going to get the next 3 years. And the reason that's great is because it's predictable. That's what makes that wonderful. You know what you're going to get the next 3 years. Isn't that great?
No.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So that was the block grant. It's so predictable that you're going to love this, right? So did we have to fuss with our mill levy? No, it didn't. So then they made this window, right, where progressively you could set your LOB at a percentage of your general fund. They said, hey, if you go to your electors, you could go up to 33%. There were a couple of steps. I think you could go to 31% just by resolution. The board could do that, but at 30, am I right, Ms. Whiteman? Yeah. So our board could have just said, hey, we'll go to 31 and leave it there. We could do that by resolution. The deputy superintendent and myself thought, if we're gonna take a swing at this ball, I want to hit it to 33%. If they had told me it was 40, I'd have asked for a vote for 40 because that's what I do. So we did get the 33%. It was narrow, and not because I wanted to punish taxpayers. It was because right, my job is to fund. The bottom line, my job is to fund USD 501 at the highest level it can get. That's my job. Some other people have jobs that they may argue against that, right? But my job is to try to push this budget to the maximum that we are eligible for legally in terms of state aid. So we're at that 33%. The inflection point coming out of the block grant, we were able to raise that LOB because what started happening after the block grant, 3852, remember earlier, right, went from 3852 to 4006 per kid, it went up, which meant, right, that general fund stayed up a little bit. So we could get a bigger, our pie got bigger in the LOB, meant a little larger increase in that mill levy. During that time, we had very flat valuations. So in 2019-20, this is my inflection point, the LOB really was just about at the general fund, right, at 20. We did 20 mil, 19.97. But that's when we really started seeing these declines when you go back in that enrollment. And that's the point we never, coming out of the block grant, we had 1352. But that is why I call that my inflection point, because we really haven't had a year we can point back to, even 2 years prior, where it's been great. And this year it's particularly bad because I don't think our enrollment, Dr. Kipp was predicting 11,700. We were, 11,800 in that neighborhood. So we're not predicting more. So I'm going to go back 2 years. It just happens. This is the year. When I go back 2 years, my foundation aid drops 526 FTE. And the state of Kansas thinks that too, because on their website this spring for their predictions for state aid, that's what they calculated our state aid on was that enrollment. So you could see this year, and look at what our LOB has done. It went from 19.97 to 16.64, 16.352. Even at the max, I'm maxing 33%. You saw where we're going to set that budget authority for the general fund at $100 million, a little above. I'm setting that at the max, 33 million. Our LOB mill levy dropped, right? 2.5, so we're down to 13.85 mils. Is that because we're really throttling the mill, or is that because of enrollment? Enrollment throttled it. So when we talk here in a minute about revenue neutral, in terms of my control, I argue our general fund and LOB, our operating dollars is throttled. And you don't have to throttle and make me republish mills, because we are bound by the number of kids, right? We can't collect more money than our actual enrollment. It is throttled. This revenue neutral and these other items are just extra work for school districts and county clerks, in my opinion. Again, that's my opinion. Some will argue it's good law for taxpayers. Does that make sense? Does that? I wanted to equate that mill levy drop in the LOB. It's enrollment. It's not because we're doing magic things. And that is in a time when we've had a valuation this last year that's historic, 12%, right? We've had valuations, you go back 10 years, we had negative valuations. Again, it's not magic, it's just because of enrollment. Make sense? Okay, let's talk, the last thing I want to talk just a little bit about in that mill levy, and I think it is your last slide, is it the IRB NRA? And then we'll talk a little bit about inflation and costs. So IRB NRA, what's an IRB? Is an industrial revenue bond. NRA is Neighborhood Revitalization Act. So with our mill levy, in the things we collect, the 20 mil general fund, predictably this year, somewhere around 13.85 LOB. Our 8 points in the capital outlay, our 4 mils for bond and interest, and our 0.15 mill levy in that legal defense or special liability. I like to call it legal defense because I think it provides more definition for that fund. We don't get all the dollars that our mill levy collects. We have a thing in our audit, and I would challenge the NEA to go back and look at our audits. They're online for 10 years, or heck, come by my office. Go to page around 38 to 40 every year. It's right in there. It's called taxes collected, not distributed. That's what this represents. So we have to set our mill levy a little higher to fund that LOB and our general fund at its maximum, because I told you my job is to maximize those two things. We have to set that artificially a little high because we have ad valorem tax dollars that are collected and not distributed in the district. If you go back historically, 2017 through 21 is the data we have, because this is done on calendar year, right? Your property taxes are paid on calendar year. Taxes are collected and levied on a calendar year. They're distributed to the districts, school districts, right? Because our fiscal year is July 1 through June 30, right? So if you look at 2017 neighborhood revitalization, the IRB in that year was really small. And industrial revenue bonds, how are they different from the NRA? The NRAs tend to be ongoing, 20-year plus things that get renewed. Cities determine an area is a revitalization area. They determine that tax dollars to support the cleanup of this area will help everybody, right? If we improve this neighborhood, it'll get more families in. It'll help the school district because families are going to move in. That's kind of the idea. I don't know that it works. I don't know. I don't have data beyond that. But what I can tell you is in 2017, there were 903,635 total of your tax dollars. If you live in the district, who lives in the district? God bless you. 903,000 of your tax dollars were collected. And if you look on your property tax statement, it would have been part of the dollars for USD 501, and right on your tax statement, it has City of Topeka, Sherman County, the library. But those dollars were not distributed. They were collected. They were part of our mill, but they were not distributed to us. That 900,000 went to 895 went to the neighborhood revitalization fund, and the about 8,000 went to the industrial revenue bonds. So developers can apply for and get granted these industrial revenue bonds that create kind of a tax-free zone for a period of 10 years, and that's really the big difference. IRBs are really a 10-year phenomenon. One of the biggest ones right now in Topeka, in our district, is the improvements that are made at 29th and Fairlawn there, where I love it. PT's Coffee, the movie theater, I love it. So, I mean, I could see where that's really productive, and it looks like there's going to be some housing there, a hotel. So that's kind of the idea. But again, you move into 18, 19, 20, 21, when those type bigger projects come online, those dollars grow. So you see 771,000. The prior year was just 8,000 in IRBs. We move into 2018, we grow that to 771. Neighborhood revitalization has remained right in that $1 million range. But you can see in 18, we had 1.7 million collected but not distributed to the district. 19, 1.8, 20, 1.9, and 21, 1.75. Does that make sense? So those are dollars collected. If you look at, you go to the county website, I can show you our deposits, right? That they would reflect that those were ad valorem taxes collected on our behalf in our mill levy, just not distributed to us. They go to support the neighborhood revitalization program. I don't know how that process works. I think you can apply, to put new guttering on your house or, those kind of things. Industrial revenue bonds are more developmental area things that create a tax-free area for a while. But that impacts what we do, right, in terms of the dollars we collect. Okay?
Gary?
Yeah.
Can you explain to them how the TIF districts work?
Yeah, and that is the tax incentive. It is really the IRBs, one of the same, the industrial revenue bonds, but that again, it's just a tax-free zone. And it's from construction, it's from the ground, and thank you, Laura, it's ground up, right? It is, we can build the building and make the improvements, and our materials are we don't pay sales tax on those materials. That's supported by these dollars. That makes sense? So they'll right, we get a load of drywall, we'll pay the sales tax, but we're going to get that rebate back to us as a developer. Makes sense? And you know what? I don't know what is sales tax in Shawnee County, about 9%. About 9%. So, right, if it's your money, that's a big difference. I mean, we've all done projects on our homes. I would like when you do a kitchen remodel, I wish you could do a TIF for your kitchen, because my wife, God bless her, she's amazing. We redid our kitchen 5 years ago, and it starts out like this $20,000, $23,000 thing. And then at $35,000, I thought, man, I should leave or something. I don't know where this is headed. But anyway, these things grow. And these TIFs grow. There's one on the horizon. Commentary, again, this is commentary. I know this is recorded. This is just Gary Mickey. Right, you've seen in the paper that we're going to offer up $800 million to $1 billion for the Panasonic project over in Derby, and I think that's great. I think it's great, right? I do. The state of Kansas has about over $1 billion in revenue over expense. So, but we can't fund special education at 92%. See, I don't understand that. I don't. So that's where I have some difficulty. I get we need to entice folks. We have an enrollment problem. We don't have kids. The only way to get kids here is at Panasonic come in and start building batteries for electric cars. I get it. But man, there's got to be a sweet spot where we can all play, right? And not just give.
And that's the case where, like, the county gives tax breaks to like bars when they built out there, and I think Walmart and Home Depot. Is that the same type of thing that you got?
Absolutely. Those aren't in our district.
No.
They are.
Because then I take what comes to mind when I think about those.
Yeah.
And then I look back at our original numbers that we had for Auburn Washburn. And in theory, you would think that as those plans come in, families would move in and bring kids and help their enrollment improve, but I don't see. There's not a correlation between the two.
Yeah. That again, commentary. This Gary making commentary. I think I'm a business. I'm going to get my employees from, and I'm going to try to, just like we do, we're going to try to hire the best employees we can, and not necessarily from within my playground. And I know that resides in Shawnee County, Mars. I don't have data. I don't know, but it'd be interesting for those businesses, Target, Home Depot, Walmart. Show everybody knows what our salaries are and where we live, right? Because the Kansas Policy Institute makes it their job to do that. That's okay. We're okay with that. We're a fishbowl. We get it. But I think the only way for us to know as taxpayers is to tell me where are your employees coming from? Are they coming from Shawnee County? If you got 300, are 290 of them in my district? Because I'd like it if they were.
Right.
But I have a suspicion that that's not always the case.
See, and I brought up the TIF because I know that they're looking at another TIF district that is within our boundaries. So that is going to be another project, that it will generate dollars that will not be distributed.
Right. Another hit.
Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up just with a couple things. There's, and I don't know, maybe this was a mistake. I made these checks, right? Because it just felt like, when it looked like a check, it really helped me, understand that these are dollars. And inflation hits 9%. I talked a little bit about that. First thing is fuel. Gasoline, diesel, this past year was up 60%. Who buys a lot of diesel fuel? I promise you we do. Property liability insurance. I shared with you, belong to Kansas Educational Risk Management Pool. We do. I sit on the board of trustees. Our property liability insurance this year is almost $1.5 million, an increase of $276,000 over a year ago. Why? Why is that? Cyber liability went up in excess of 40%. Another board of trustee member, school districts have become very lucrative targets for cyber attacks. Had a colleague who had shared finance director with another district whose network was compromised. Exact words: I would rather go through 10 COVID pandemics than have my network compromised. I'd rather go, and I can't imagine that because I don't much more for you, but COVID has just been miserable, right, for everybody. And his perspective was, oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, folks. But wait till you can't pay your people. Wait till you can't do grades. Wait until, nothing happens until the insurance company can negotiate getting your network back. And I pray that we're never in that position, but that's part of our property liability package. If you're interested, I can share with you some video of the Andover tornado that hit the elementary school. It is impactful. That was a $10 million loss to the fund. But it certainly, again, thank God that there were no children in that building. There's video of the exterior and interior of the camera systems were very up and functioning. You see a car in the parking lot and the car disappears. A car. Cafeteria tables start getting sucked through the window. So I just, I'm trying to imagine. I love our new storm shelters that they don't have a glass wall because I see video of trash cans and cafeteria tables. And if you've ever had to put up, and I'm sure some of you elementary folks have had to help put those tables up and down, and they're heavy. But tornadoes don't care. If a $2 billion fire in California happens, or a flood, hurricane in Florida, it impacts our commercial property liability rates. It just simply does. And there are insurers, and I shared this a year ago, that have left this market. But those are expenses that have went up. Fuel, the next big check, $327,526 up. That was one we didn't see coming for our budget in 2022. Didn't see it. We have 100 and some school buses running around every day. School's in session. They get between 6 and 7 miles per gallon. They're not Teslas. So that was an increase of $327,000 in diesel fuel costs. A recent article I was reading in Bloomberg, there's not much hope. And I hate, if you're driving the 10-passenger Suburban, with the 400 horsepower V8, I don't see gas going down anytime soon for us. Certainly not in this upcoming budget cycle. Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
Is it okay, excuse me for interrupting.
Go ahead.
But is it okay if we take about a 5-minute bathroom break? Sure.
Absolutely.
That'll work. Let's make it 10.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I can stop.
No.
Yeah, I'm really almost.
You got a bunch of teachers over here. We actually are good at holding it until we have that break. But at the same time,
9 o'clock.
your talk was so captivating. Go with that idea. That's it.
We have to get our bladders back in track. Jeremy, don't forget to mute your microphone.
Yeah, I'll get my exercise here
Okay,
jumping.
yeah.
Don't put it too high.
I will not. I don't want anybody to get hurt.
He must have been a sprinter in high school.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I will, you gotta read the room. And I really sense that as much as you guys love me, you really wish I would shut up. So we're gonna try to wrap this up in the next 2 to 3 hours. Just kidding. Blue Cross Blue Shield, we had a long discussion, was it yesterday? On health insurance.
Yes.
The nature of that. But you did see, right, progressively, there have been increase in healthcare costs. I'm looking at this in Wall Street Journal inflation thing, right? We know healthcare is part of that core basket. But last year, nobody saw an increase in your premiums. But I just want everyone to make sure is that I took $1.5 million out of contingency, right, to pay, because there was an increase in health insurance. There was an increase in health insurance. That 1.5 million, the deputy superintendent and I requested and received permission from our board to spend those contingency dollars. And we will repeat that again this year. I anticipate not only the cost to the employee, because right, those premiums increases from a year ago are still there, but we're going to have to pitch in another $1.5 million to even get us to those rates you saw yesterday. Okay, and that will come out of that contingency health insurance reserve. I want to make sure everybody understands that. K-Jump was our cooperative for gas. Tons of schools were in that. You all remember February 21, the Great Ice Age. We ended up our settlement, so 512,000 came out of contingency. Right, we don't build in $500,000 for February's gas bill. So that was another item, that $500,000 that came out of contingency. My point there is we gotta manage and look at cash balances. You gotta look at our cash balances. But when you see contingencies, you know, in the $3 to $5 million range, and they move a little bit, just keep in mind that we've got to have somewhere to go to for that $1.5 million Blue Cross bill, and the $500,000 February gas bill. I hope we never see another one of those. I hope. Predictably, though, when Russia shuts off gas to Europe, again, you know, what Wall Street Journal says, and the U.S. produces currently more natural gas than anybody in the world. We're trying to figure out ways to liquefy that and get it to Europe before it gets cold again, because it's going to get to be a problem for those folks. But I promise you, our gas bills aren't going down. They're not going down over the next. I hope we never see another $500,000 month. That was strange. That was just really strange. Construction services, the 8 mil, and sometimes we talk about capital outlay, and we can punch over some salary benefits. I hate to do that. We can do it for maintenance. We can. This year we've taken some costs, some custodial costs. We've had a Deb and LR, they've had a whooper of the time finding custodial staff, so we've had to hire some services. And those were expensive. We've spent close to $500,000 on the services for a year. I would rather pay an employee to do that than a service. And not that services are bad. I just think that's such an integral part of our team in the school building, that custodial person. But construction services, that 8 mils, what do we do with that 8 mils? We get 5.56 million bucks every year. In tax dollars, we get some state aid. Our budget authority hovers between 11 and 12 million. We fix your buildings, we fix your floors, we fix your windows, AC units. We have, and these are not my estimates, these come from our facilities major maintenance, about $66 million in projects, a backlog. I mean, that we know, right, their boilers, their roofs that are going to need to maintain, just like your house, we got to maintain. And I think we do a really good job. I think if there's one thing that I think our facilities are pretty nice. I really do. But it's expensive. Waterproofing, tuck pointing, all of those things, landscaping, it's expensive. And the biggest thing right now is all of this beautiful air conditioning, which me and Ms. Whiteman think could be dialed back about 10 degrees, particularly in this room.
I think Deb would disagree with you.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing. But, and the reason I say this, because, when I first started, 2001 was, you guys remember Connect and Cool? And we do this as a bond, right? It used to be, right, when we were in elementary school, you had the box fan, blew your papers off, and it was noisy. But everybody has air conditioning now, right? But these things some of these are getting to be old, and they need replaced. And like everything, inflation, I hate to go back to inflation, but an RTU, 5-ton RTU 5 years ago, it's 30% higher now, if you can get it. And I don't know whether we're having a real booger time right now, just getting materials. So if we're behind on something in your building, and you're feeling like it's just silly, it's not because we're waiting on something. Things that were delivered, within weeks now are taking months, if you can get them at all. American Digital Services, I just put this out there because it was on the board meeting, a recent board meeting, our camera systems, and we upgraded our camera systems, did a bunch of security stuff with that 2014 bond dollars. It was some of the very first thing right out of the gate that we did, because we really knew, right, security was important. But now it's 2022. It's just amazing, right? We did six years. Some of those camera systems at Highland Park High School, we upgraded with school improvement money. So those are 10 years old. And these are smart cameras. They're networkable, right? They live and survive on our network. And the problem is they have to accept, because they're smart, operating software upgrades. We've upgraded our network, and we have to, because we're trying to keep the bad people out. And now our cameras aren't really working great, right, with network systems, because there's no longer updates for the software for these things.
Does there seem to be a push now because of the school shootings and things going on? Often we get people talking to us about safety and what are your schools planning on doing?
Yeah.
We have things in place, but
I think that's part of the
as
camera.
our officer,
The camera security upgrade. Now cameras aren't just to create an image of something, and we have to retrain, rethink our camera systems. First and foremost, have to be there in defense of the school building, not necessarily a behavioral improvement tool, which, right, maybe in your school buildings you may argue against that, but they have to be, they have to strengthen and protect us. That's the first thing they have to do. Many of the new cameras will have built in innately things that will improve the security of cameras, of the campuses, and not just create a picture, but there's AI in these things now that will help and assist discovering events that we hope we could prevent these things internally and externally. But yeah, you're right. I mean, now looking there are weapons detection options on some of this technology we're looking at. That would be another 1.8 million. Using weapons detection in schools in the same breath makes me want to cry. But to your point, I mean, anybody that says, no, we're just doing this because we want better pictures, right? Come on, we all know this is the world we live in. And until, again, opinion, some meaningful gun legislation is reached, we're unfortunately in public spaces, we have to find and spend money on other ways in defense of our public spaces. And that is going to be security camera systems, secure door systems. It's going to mean increased money spent on law enforcement. Here's something that I didn't put in a check, right? What makes Topeka Public Schools different? In the building's need assessment, which I'll touch on a little bit, right? What are barriers? This is the one single thing I want to focus on in our budget. What are barriers? You asked the legislative body, I'm going to tell you what our barriers are. Topeka Public Schools look so different than probably 200 other school systems because we do have licensed law enforcement officers. We spend about $1.5 million on a police force. That's us. We do. I don't think anybody in this room would say, hey, let's cut that 1.5 million. That's not today's reality. But 25 years ago, did we have to spend $1.5 million on a police force? Our folks are licensed law enforcement officers. They're not security guards. Again, we spend our contract with the SRO, City of Topeka, embedded in our road schools, about $225,000 a year. That's not free. Those officers aren't free. We send the City of Topeka about $225,000, and they probably tell you that doesn't cover the real cost of those 6 officers. They're giving us a deal. I think they reminded the deputy superintendent they're giving us a deal. And I think it's good for everybody. It's good for the communities. It's good for the schools. But let's just be honest, right? We got to have law enforcement in our schools. We do. Nobody thinks that we don't. With that, I just wrap up on the budget cycle. I hate being a what-if guy. I've told you all the bad stuff, right? But you point out the 526 decline, and I can't help but imagine, right, at 4,846, what if, right? What if we just stayed flat like our peers? What if we just held our own like our peers? To take that 526 times 4,846 bucks, and you're well over $2.5 million. That's opportunity cost. We're not going to get that. We'd love to have those resources on this side of the table, but that's not going to happen. I'm going to move to this document just for a second, the Kansas Department of Ed Budget Workshop. We're not going to go through this page by page. But let me tell you what's different in my life is I go to a budget workshop and we spend all morning, the first 3 hours, on legislative changes. Not the budget. Here's how we can help you at your school. We're talking about legislative changes for 3 hours. SB 2015, SB 2567. It goes into revenue neutral and how that law has changed. I've shared with you, right? We are throttled in our mill levy. The general fund is at 20. We can't levy 21. Our LOV is throttled because we can only levy a percentage of our general fund. But first 30 minutes, right? Accountability reporting. All of those things, right? This 40-some page document, we spent the first 3 hours on legislative changes. That's all. And I'm going to wrap up. So we had all of these legislative changes. We have revenue neutral. We have all of these bumpers for schools. And they shared with us, I really want you to go back to the very last page, something Dr. Noonswander shared with us, not my study, not his, not anybody's study, but this West Ed study, data based on peer review, other state school systems, and the West Ed study said the state of Kansas and its member school districts were effective in terms of capable of producing desired results. They were efficient in terms of achieving desired outcomes while minimizing resources, right? We don't just gobble up dollars. And Kansas school, they gave us a 95.6% efficient rating, among the highest in the nation. So, we spend so much of our time hearing about how terrible we are. You see the KPI school index, you're flunking, you're a C, you're a D. This is independent, right? It is not the U.S. Department of Ed didn't put that out. But there are some folks that have looked at actually what's going on, and we're not as bad as what folks think we are. We're really not. We're actually pretty good at what we do, I think. And so are you. So I'm going to end it there. And
Just one last question.
Absolutely. Yep.
Are students that are in the virtual school, are they funded at the same rate as the students that are walking in the door?
They are not. If you go to page, you can see.
I saw something about that.
Yeah. You'll see what a full-time kid is, 5,000. Uh-huh. Yep. And it's right in there. Virtual schools, it's about halfway
Okay.
in that document. Full-time is at 5,600, part-time 2,800. And then the age 19 and over, right? You're out of your cohort, you didn't graduate. They really dialed that back because that used to be a population that provided a lot of state aid, but in the finance law, they thought, hey, we gave you 12 or 13 years to do this, you didn't get it done. You're limited to 6 credit hours. That's all you get in that group. But a full-time student is $5,600 this year. A kid sitting in a classroom, we're going to get $4,846 per kid. Yep. Okay.
I just wondered about that.
Yeah.
So that population is growing as we speak. So, you also had something else in here before we let you go. The special education state aid, which is we've got from 2010, basically to the present day. So the 92% is what the state should be funding it at, and we're now getting at about 70%. Did I hear that correctly?
That's absolutely correct. The law says 92%.
Right. And so 2010, 2011, it was 93%?
Of excess cost.
Okay. All right.
And my point was in 11, 12, when we have bad years, I understand, but if we have $1 billion in reserve, I get there are folks, right, that think we just gobble money up. But I think this is probably a population of students that and I don't have any other word, but right, if I was going to waste some money, I'd waste it here. If I was a legislator.
The reason why I asked that is because the other concern that I have, and I don't know that this is where we're going, but again, let's go back to the pandemic and what it's done to education over the last 2 years. I'm concerned we're going to have more students identified rather than less moving forward.
Yeah.
Because they're just some kids that just didn't get a good start, and we know how important that start is. So that's what I'm concerned.
That's a good point, Lucinda. And to be fair to our legislators, because they do have a tough job, and the thing is with special ed, and have you heard MOE, maintenance of effort? So in the special ed world, really is if you spend this amount of local effort in 2021, you have to spend that or $1 more the next year. You can't go backwards and maintain your federal aid. So the real concern, right, with the governing body in the state of Kansas is if we raise that to 92%, now we've established, for maintenance of effort, we got to keep doing that. And I think they look forward. I think again, opinion, what really scared them, and probably scared me too, looking forward as a finance person, what happens in 2024 to foundation aid per pupil goes to CPI. That goes to 7%, and we said, hey, we're going to fund spend 90. Right at some point, there's a fear that maybe we can't fund that. But my thing is, we know what it looks like when you're funding it at 64%. Hey, you give us 92 for 1 year, but
Yeah.
we lived through the block grant when you converted mid-year in January, so we know what it feels like to go backwards. We've done it before. We'll find a way to adjust.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Does anybody at the table have any further questions at this point in time? Okay. All right, thank you, Gary. Enlightening as usual. And I think I would disagree with you saying that, you're not good at public speaking. When it's your thing, you are. All right. Where do you want to go from here, LR? We've got about 11 o'clock. We could talk about the progressive discipline piece, or at least share an updated document with you at this point in time, and then maybe we'll break and caucus as well. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay. Can we get copies of the updated progressive discipline document? Get copies of the.
The progressive discipline, yeah.
Okay. No, that's okay. Okay, so Tuesday afternoon, I believe that's when it was, we talked about adding an additional step to the discipline, progressive discipline in Article 19. And Jeremy is getting copies of those. We gave you copies the other day, which you have. LR and I had a discussion yesterday about what pieces seem to look user-friendly to the administration side and adjustments we need to make to that. So Jeremy is going to print new copies of that document with changes that I have made based on the conversation that we had. And so we'll share that with you. I will just share with you, it's basically pretty much the same document that you saw the other day. One of the questions that LR asked as we talked about that particular document was that he was not comfortable with the repository of the documentation of a verbal correction being held at the school building because we do have principals that come and go, or even staff members that move from one building to another. And so he would prefer that those documents be stored at HR. And so that adjustment has been made in our language, and we'll have that on the new copy that you have. The other issue we talked about was that those documents would be relevant to any other disciplinary issues related to employee behavior for a period of 2 years and then destroyed. The LR suggested that there can be a 2-year sunset on those documents, but he's not comfortable with them being destroyed at this point in time. And then finally, one of the things he shared which we didn't have it in our original document, and we agree with admin on this point. And that is that when a written reprimand is done on a staff member, there are certain statute regulations about time period in which the letter of reprimand can be shared, the 5-day period, and then the notice of representation being issued to the employee. We're not looking for anything like that at this point in time, no time constraints on it. What we're looking at is simply there are times, and I don't know if Sarah and Billy would talk about this some while you guys are in caucus, but there are times when a principal just simply has to conduct a verbal correction. Maybe tardy, maybe something that was, sometimes the words that come out of our mouth are not appropriate, and we may not realize it without a verbal correction of that kind. Those are my experiences in my building and in the past as well. So we really don't want to put time constraints on it either. No notice of representation or anything, just simply allow the administrator in the moment to make the correction that's necessary, but to make a note of that correction for a couple of different reasons, so that the employee is aware that they have been issued a verbal correction. But also, I know that sometimes Ms. Ramberg is sitting in, and maybe Sarah or other members of the team have sat in where the verbal correction was conducted, and maybe one party or the other, principal or staff member, does not accurately remember that event happening. And maybe the written reprimand refers to that conversation, but since there is no documentation of that conversation anywhere in the employee record, that kind of puts the parties who are involved in the discussion at a disadvantage as to whether it's being remembered correctly by one party or the other, or if it actually happened in the way or the manner in which it was discussed. So those are the things we put in there in the updated document. So we don't have time listed on there at all. The absence of it simply means that it doesn't exist. So those are the changes that we've made. They'll be reflected in the document in red that you get from Jeremy, and we, of course, encourage if you would give it your full review and then respond back in kind with any comments or questions that you have over the document itself. Okay. One thing that I do want to mention in the original document, and you'll see it in this one as well, the language describing the written reprimand is near the end of the article. And in Jeremy's document that he'll be sharing with you, he moved it up. So it does show up in red as a change, but the language didn't change. Just the location of where it is in the article is the only change that's happening there. Okay? Okay. We're waiting for him to come back. Any questions about any of the things I've said up to this point?
I do have one, Lucinda, when we had talked, there was also going to be the requirement, basically, or the practice, I should say, more so than the requirement, that once that verbal counseling took place, that the administrator who administered it was going to sign the document, and also the employee, okay, to verify that that conversation did take place. Is that still?
Yeah, actually, when Brenda looked at my updated copy this morning, she mentioned that. So that is added in there as well, that the document would be signed by both the administrator giving the correction and the employee receiving the correction. Yes, that is included in the new language.
All right.
What?
I'll take him my laptop if he wants to look at it.
Yeah.
You know, one of the also items that I think Jeremy had in the copy that was forwarded to us originally, there was a sentence at the very end of the article that was scratched.
You want to look at it, what are you talking? You're welcome to. It's a touch screen too, so you can do it.
That was just good.
That's just, that it's been moved above the termination fees.
We're working on Jeremy to make some copies on, yeah. Article 19. I think it's.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
You were here this week and first time.
They made some changes. And I know the copier in the office is slow, it has to be color, so.
Can you speak, Lucinda, to the reasoning for removing the section for abuse of leave?
I'm actually looking at the paragraph that was inserted at the beginning about a definition of progressive discipline, which says, depending upon the nature and severity of the issue, may subject an employee to immediate termination. And so that's up front at that point in the new document that we've shared with you. And it's similar, but not exactly the same as what's at the end, a professional employee may be fined, suspended, or terminated for abuse of any leave provision. I'm not sure why Jeremy struck through that, except for that's about abusing leave time, from what I understand, rather than, but I'll have to have him address that.
I think it was redundant. Because it's redundant. I feel like that's what he told us. Was it? It's,
I don't see it there. I don't know.
it's not on the list.
I know I have it circled with a question mark on it. I know we had a discussion about it at some point in time. Yeah. Right.
Stand and look at it.
That's okay, it's a bulky document as well.
And I'll come back over to you. Okay, go ahead.
Actually, LR had a question. The reason for removing that segment.
That's the part where I had said, I had no idea what that was. If that was leftover, what that was. Because
Okay.
you hadn't fit in terms of discipline, suspension, termination.
All right, and on the piece at the very end of the document that you asked about that's been scratched out, the only reason Jeremy says he crossed that out is because he wasn't sure that it fit there. We're not necessarily saying we have to remove that, but the leave there that's referred to, is it the suspension that the employee has received, or, when we see leave, we think unpaid leave or leave being used in a different way. So I think that's our question there. An employee may be fined, suspended, or terminated for abuse of any leave provision. So is the leave provision there related to someone who's been placed on suspension? I think that was our question. Does that make sense?
Yes, it just appears to me that it is there because it has to do with discipline.
Okay.
And that's why it's contained in this particular article.
Okay. So for example, I always have to think in scenarios. Let's say we've got a teacher that's on suspension and they, went and substitute taught in another district. Is that a violation of that suspension? I mean, is that what we're covering? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure of the legal ramifications of a long-term suspension for disciplinary issues. And that might be a bad example. Maybe they go and apply for a job in another district. That would certainly be a violation of that suspension. Anyhow, we can certainly move off of that and just leave that language there if both sides think it's appropriate for this article.
I mean, I certainly think it's appropriate to be left in place.
Okay. We'll have a discussion about that as well.
Okay.
When we caucus.
It's just, we have copies. Is it okay if we request to break for caucus currently?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. How much time did you want, or about, what do you think?
What I thought would probably happen with our team is that we would caucus until about noon and then break for lunch.
That was gonna be my next question. Did you want to combine the caucus with the lunch? What time do you want to be back?
If we break at noon, let's keep with what our normal pattern had been, come back about 1:30.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
we have come to language that we all agree on. We'll pass it out and we'll let Deb read through it. There's still some strikes that you'll see in this, but before we decided to go in and try to revise it once again to get a cleaner copy, we figured we'd just wait to get your reaction and response to where we're at before we come up with a final and clean copy for us to work with.
Okay, and I will admit, I'm sorry, some of these are hard to read since everything is in red. But, so first of all, on that first paragraph, we did take that last sentence of the first paragraph and we moved it just down below, just so that it kind of outlines, this is the process. And then all of our other changes are in the paragraph titled A, verbal counseling. And we took out some of the words just to make it a little more direct and clear. So verbal counseling is informal and intended to put the employee on notice that improvement is needed in performance and/or behavior. A meeting with the employee is held to allow the employee the opportunity to explain their actions, remind the employee of expectations, and reinforce the supervisor's commitment to the success of the employee. Verbal counseling will not be subject to Article 10 grievance procedure or Article 20 representation. A written account documenting the issue, date of occurrence, and corrective action will be made, and the employee will be given the opportunity to sign the document. A copy will be given to the employee, and the verbal counseling document will be maintained in the employee's personnel file located in Human Resources. The document will sunset after 2 years from the date of issue and cannot be used as a basis for further disciplinary action. The document remains a part of the employee's personnel file for historical reference.
Okay, I'm just going to start off with a couple of just quick questions. Verbal counseling is informal and intended to put the employee on notice that improvement is needed in performance and/or behavior. You struck the word confidential, a meeting with the employee, so not necessarily saying we have a problem with that. I'm just wondering your reasoning behind taking out the word confidential.
The reasoning was all meetings with employees regarding performance or behavior issues should be confidential, are always considered confidential.
Okay. So it's an understood, okay. Including the piece, verbal counseling will not be subject to Article 10 grievance procedure or Article 20 representation. This fixes the concern that you guys had on the part of tying it to the days. I would just let you know that Article 9 is the grievance procedure article.
Article 10 is,
Article 10 is arbitration.
Arbitration.
Typo, if you will.
Yep.
And And then finally, the last sentence, the document remains a part of an employee's personnel file for historical reference. So we've got the sunset on it after 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure what that means for historical reference.
So the document would remain in their file. It could be used, for example, let's say they had a verbal counseling, we moved to written reprimand, and then after 2 years, the written reprimand could have occurred relatively soon, or it could have been quite a bit later. And then we would want to maybe move to termination. We still want that verbal counseling document in the file to show that we did follow the progressive discipline steps. We would just not use it if after 2 years we would not move to a written reprimand. We would begin again with another verbal counseling. Does
But
that make sense?
Had it been used in a written reprimand prior to that 2-year period,
Right.
then that's the historical reference you're making there, that you would still have the
Correct.
documentation.
Yeah, just to use to show that we did follow the progressive discipline steps.
All right, other questions from the team?
So I know from sitting in on them that the written reprimands have kind of like a formal document that you guys have put together that I think is in a folder that principals have access to or something. Would this documentation piece, where they outline the date and all of that and the opportunity for signature, would you create something similar and use that? What I'm wanting to know basically is that verbiage about signature does not necessarily constitute that you agree, but that you recognize would that be, like, you provide some sort of a document to principals that would be standard across the district?
Yes, we would provide a template and it would be placed in the administrator's notebook, just like the written reprimand template is.
Anyone else? All right, we appreciate that you guys have gone back through this very carefully and made the changes that you felt were necessary. I, at this point in time, want to say that we're just going to hold this document. We will need to caucus at some point in time, but since we've already spent a significant amount of this afternoon in caucus, if you would indulge us to hold this document, we can have our discussion either later today. I understand that you do have other responsibilities this evening, or we'll come in first thing in the morning and discuss that and be able to let you know if we accept this document as it stands or if we want to make any other adjustments. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's okay with that? Yeah, yeah. And we'll, the last sentence, the very last sentence, what Brenda's referring to is that very last sentence, sanctions for abuse of leave, from a professional employee may be fined, suspended, and so on. We took that off as something that we want to change. So just a style thing, that becomes an E, because suspension is now D. That's all. And so if you guys are okay, we do have our document ready to discuss a possible update to the grievance procedure. Are we good to move forward? I don't want to push us too fast, but we're ready with that. Okay, I'll have Jeremy pass it out. You want to address this since it's here? You have a microphone down there? Okay. All right, I'll back in, but it kind of falls into your responsibility more than it does mine. Since the president of our association actually deals with this particular piece of the contract much more often than I do. I'm going to turn over the rationale to Jeremy so we can talk about that.
All right, on the third page, under grievance form, in terms of time limits, letter D, we are seeking to strike the word to proceed to the next step and add in the phrase acceptance of the remedies sought by the, and then it reads on, aggrieved personnel, professional employee. Rationale is fairly succinct. At the bottom, the addition of language assures both parties have clear deadlines.
Yeah, I think the reason why this would be a very difficult pill for us to swallow would be obvious in this case. I guess my question would be, since this was discussed at negotiations last year, the issue anyway, not necessarily this particular language. Since then, this past year, has there been an issue with time limits being met?
Question. Has there been an issue?
Yes.
No.
So why the language? If there has not been an issue, why are you seeking this language change?
I think the fact of the matter that there hasn't been an issue does not address the fact that there was at one time an issue, and a contract is the agreements between both parties on how they will conduct business. And so as we have specific deadlines in our contract that say it has to be turned in on a certain time frame, with the district not having that written documentation to uphold the timeline, it doesn't seem like the contract in its face would be equal, that's a good way of saying it. It'd be that we're working within the same parameters.
So if I understand you correctly, you're trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist.
I'm trying to fix the problem by having language that addresses the problem, or the problem from the past in this instance.
But you just admitted that there is no longer a problem.
But that does not negate the fact that there could be a problem in the future. And having the language in there, we can then directly point to it and say, here's where the language says this is or is not allowed.
You know, we attempt to address issues as they arise and as you present them to us. When we too can see and acknowledge that there is an issue that needs to be addressed. But in this case, you're asking us to change language, which is certainly language that is detrimental to the district as far as the remedy and the consequence is concerned, to address a non-existent problem. When we were made aware of of the issue a year ago, and this side of the table committed to addressing that, you admit yourself that it has been addressed and there is no longer a problem with meeting time limits when it comes to the grievance process. Yet you're proceeding to want to basically inflict upon administration further consequences associated with a non-existent problem. And that's difficult for us to wrap our arms around.
I do believe in step one, last sentence addresses that issue of the rigidity in terms of the days. That sentence reads, it's a long one. It's the step one, second paragraph, last sentence. The professional employee shall represent at a conference that he or she may not need to attend. I'll breeze through, go to the part where it says General Director of Human Resources or his or her designee is one of the interpretation of the provision of the agreement. Either party requests, the time will be extended by 5 days. So I don't think necessarily that there's not language that exists right now in the contract that says that both parties cannot agree to time extension.
I would also add, it has not been an issue in the last year. It has been an issue in the past. We've spent the last couple of days hearing about the background and history of our insurance policy, the background and history of the financials. And so while it wasn't an issue this year, we, just like you, in issues like this, we look back and we look forward. So looking back, we've had this issue in the past, and we appreciate the fact that this year went much better. But again, looking down the road, will all of us still be here a year, 2 years, 3 years from now? I understand what you're saying. Why correct a problem that doesn't exist? And it didn't exist this year. But if we look at the long history of grievances, we have had this issue in the past. And so that's why we bring it to the table at this point in time. We do recognize that there has been some correction made, but I think you also understand that sometimes we feel like language will outlive all of us. And so sometimes we feel the need to put in language to protect those who will sit at the table in the future, whether on this side of the room or that side.
I have a question. You mentioned the past and that you had looked back and want to try and prevent that. I'm just curious, was it just last year? Has it been the past 10 years, the past 3 years, the past 1 year?
That I can't comment on, although where I'm at, it happened. And just as when I talk to my members, when they come in to me and say, hey, I've got a situation that I would think this merits grievance, and I review it and look at it and look at the timeline, I honor the contract that we negotiate. And I tell them, we work under a contract. Our contract says you have X amount of days. Your situation goes beyond that. So I can't take that in good faith to the contract to go to grievance.
So you can't comment. So for all we know, it was just last year was the only time there's been an issue.
That's the only thing I can comment on.
Okay.
I am aware of a couple of issues over not last year, but the year before that and the year before that, where we've had some issues where the timelines seem to be somewhat more flexible on the side of the district than us. We've kind of talked about these issues before in the past, and I don't want to waste the time of this group of people to go through those issues once again. But at one point in time, and it's probably been within the last 5 years, that we've had some egregious situations that were a bit frustrating, situations where we filed a grievance, time expired, and we had to refile again. So we have had some situations like that in the past, and we ourselves were trying to figure out the timeline, Deb, that I think you're trying to figure out here at this point in time. And I'm not in any way maligning our previous person who sat in your position. Carla Nolan did an excellent job with her job, with what she had going on, and I'm not sure exactly what created the issues in the past, the delays. I do not know that. I just know of a couple of different scenarios where that became a problem.
But the most important point of clarification for me has already been addressed, and that is it a problem? And the answer that I received is no.
Currently, no. That is correct. Might I indulge you for just give us 5 minutes? Can we step out of the room, if you don't mind? I need to see what other people are thinking. We're not gonna go all the way across, we're just gonna step out of the room, 5 minutes, we'll be right back.
We just talked briefly about making sure we understood our position. We understand our position, but wording it better. And so we are in agreement that the changes that we presented create a level playing field between the professional employees and the professional employer. That's all we're asking.
I don't think we have any further questions.
Oh, you did, okay. Thank you.
Are you prepared at this time to begin talking about some of the financials that we have on the table? Okay. And we have middle school athletic coordinators, technology assistants, elementary addenda, and librarians, and you have resignations and liquidated damages. We have documents for all of those. I assume you have documents as well. Okay, do you want me to lay my stuff out first and then you do yours, or do you want to go first? We've been talking for a while.
You can go.
All right, Jeremy, we have our copies. Start with middle school ADs.
Yeah, there's three of them.
Do you want to start with? Because they don't have it. We'll give it to them. He did it on the tree first.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I got it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I have a chart that I'm following over here, and being the school teacher in the room, among many. Article 36, middle school athletic coordinators, you've seen this request before. I'm going to ask once again for this increase for the middle school athletic directors. We've had some changes over the last year. As you know, that our high schools have kind of gone 3 different directions as far as the leagues that they're in Kansas State High School, and we actually talked about high school ADs a couple of years ago, and we're able to increase the addenda for the high school ADs. And at the time, we also discussed middle school activities coordinators or directors, and we're unable to get any movement from the district on that, and so I bring it back to the table. I'll remind you that most of my career was spent in middle school, and all of that middle school career involved coaching something. So the middle school AD was kind of an important component to what I did day in and day out in their support. And I've seen the role of the middle school AD go from the 90s when we competed at the middle school level against only Topeka Public Schools teams to where we are now, where the middle schools now compete against schools both inside of the district and outside of the district. And the middle school ADs are responsible for creating those schedules, putting those schedules together, working on contracts with Care Paravel or Junction City or whatever schools are being invited to compete against our schools. And all of that's an attempt, of course, to help our middle school athletes become more engaged in school. We know the importance of being involved in extracurricular activities at the middle school actually saves some lives at different points in their life because middle school is so difficult. But it also feeds into the high school programs, students who have some familiarity with athletics in the Topeka Public Schools in general. We've also added soccer. We did that a couple of years ago. So we added an additional sport to the list of things that the middle school ADs are responsible for. Girls and boys soccer was added a couple of years ago. Actually, the first year was the year of the pandemic. That was kind of shaky. Second year went a little bit better. Last year went a little bit better. So we look forward to seeing that program continue to grow as the year goes on. And I would point out that the young ladies over at Eisenhower Middle School won the city championship. I was pretty proud of those girls. Just this past year, a bunch of kids who just kind of chose to go out for soccer and made a difference for themselves in their school. That was a big news story for Topeka Public Schools, and I was really proud of those girls. I spent some time at Eisenhower, so I understand what a challenge that was. So we add that on top of everything else, and I will remind admin that our middle school ADs are part-time. They teach part of the day, and then the other part of the day, they do their responsibilities as the athletic coordinators. So it's quite a big task. In addition to that, attendance at athletic events, home events, and sometimes away events falls on the back of the middle school athletic coordinator. Whereas at the high schools, we can say we have multiple administrators that can be in multiple places at once. So the AD is not necessarily the one who is always at the athletic event. In middle school, it's just this one person. So, and with that being said, I'm going to say, read you a letter actually from the middle school ADs collectively. So just to kind of give you their version of what they do. We cover every event. High school ADs have the privilege of splitting events with their admin team. If our admin comes to events, they are able to leave well before it is over. Middle school athletics is not a shared job. It is up to the 6 of us to pull off all of this smoothly every season. We normally do that without a hitch. High school ADs have an administrative assistant, and they don't teach classes. None of those luxuries are afforded at the middle school level. The district adds more and expects more from us while not increasing our compensation for any of it. Has not been increased in at least 10 years. It's not like we can say we won't do it because it's the kids that will suffer, and none of us will ever let the kids down. Years ago, all band instructors received the same pay increase regardless of where they taught. They set the precedent that they should continue now. I know the negotiating team committee is on our side. Please let the committee know how much we appreciate them, but please let the admin know that we need their appreciation as well. Let me know how this goes. Signed, Kim Stroud, Robinson Middle School, Katie Davids, Landon Middle School, Brenda Saldina, Chase Middle School, Ryan Reed, Eisenhower Middle School, Brad Snyder, Jardine Middle School, Tim Wilson, French Middle School. These people do amazing things. They're my friends, of course, but they do amazing things. And the kids that we work with, or that they work with now at the middle school level, are an interesting group of children. Sometimes we say it's like herding cats. And the coaches do it, and the coaches do it with the support of the ADs. Currently, their compensation is at 13.6% of the base, which you'll see on that document you have in front of you. We are proposing that we double that. We've doubled their workload in the last 10 years. We have not increased their salary. And so we're asking for a 26% pay on the base that the activities coordinators receive for all the things that they do, 26% on the base. I would also mention that at least a couple of these ADs are nearing retirement age. When we lose them, just like when we lose that amazing teacher, we're going to lose some serious history. Brenda is an expert at writing contracts. Okay, Katie is an expert in her field. Brad Snyder, I don't know how long he's been around, but it's been a long time. I've known Brad my whole entire teaching career. Also an expert in his field. So these are people who work with our coaches, work with our students, and go above and beyond every single day. They work more hours at the middle school in many cases than almost anybody else who enters that building. They're not only planning for athletics, scheduling buses, writing contracts, contacting schools inside and outside the district, coordinating everything, hiring officials, making sure the officials get paid. But in their spare time, they teach. 3 hours a day, maybe 4 hours a day. In their spare time, they teach, which means they're developing lesson plans, and they're teaching students, and they're grading papers. I don't know when, but they're doing all of those things in addition to the role of activities coordinator.
Lucinda,
Yes.
what is the fiscal note on this proposal?
The cost?
Yes.
$11,830. You asked me that question. It's on my desk here, but I'll pull it up. The total cost of this proposal for the district would be, is it 70,980? Yes. The increased cost over what's already being paid. So the additional investment on the part of the district would be $33,852. The $70,000 figure is that times 2. Any other questions from you or anybody on your team about the activities coordinators?
I don't have any.
Okay. I know, we've been down this road before. Okay, now I think you have in front of you, also from Article 36, salary differentials, the flat rate differential for the technology assistant. Currently, the language in Article 36 for the TAs in our building is that there is $1,000 set aside per building for our technology assistants. In some buildings, that's one person. In other buildings, it's 2. So the dollar amount is per building. And so in our larger buildings where there's more students and more opportunity for technological issues, they're being paid $500 each. And in our smaller buildings that don't require a second TA and probably are not dealing with as many issues, they're being paid $1,000. So our proposal on this is actually really very simple. I think we all understand the role of our technology assistants today. We've had lots of discussions about the formal TAs in our building. We have people in our building who are designated TAs and they're paid to do that. And then we have people in our building, we call them the informal TAs, and that's the person next door who can answer this technology question about how to put something into Pear Deck that we're trying to figure out. So we have technology assistants at the building, but the people who get paid to do that are the ones where most of this responsibility falls. These are the ones who are dealing with technology throughout the years, whether it's student problems, adult problems. And I'll point out that as we have moved through the pandemic and into wherever we're headed next, the role of the TAs has become even more important. It is not possible to teach in a classroom today without every student having a Chromebook in front of them, or I think our younger guys have Apple or iPads, whatever. When we first brought technology in the building, and it's that grant in 2000 or the bond issue in 2014 that Gary mentioned earlier, when we first brought them into the classroom, every day we had to be prepared for the fact that some students' Chromebook wasn't charged, or that they forgot it at home, or it had something wrong with it and they couldn't use it. And so we just taught with the assumption every single day that not everybody would have their Chromebook with them for whatever reason, and there would be many and varied reasons, sometimes student responsibility, sometimes just technology issues that would have to be addressed by the TA. But it wasn't imperative. It wasn't, you have to have your Chromebook to be able to do this task. We always had a backup plan. We had a paper copy. We had another way to get things done. Then we entered the pandemic where, fortunately for us, we were enough ahead of the game that when our students had to go home and learn from home, they all had technology. We put it in all of their hands. I mean, they lined up in front of Topeka High to pick up Chromebooks that had been left at the school, before they went home for spring break, because it was right after spring break. We, at the elementary level, we had parents come and pick up the iPads, the Chromebooks that didn't normally go home with students anyhow. But the important thing is that in order for learning to continue at that point in time, absolutely everyone had to have technology in their hands. We have since moved from the home learning that we did so much of during the pandemic to in the classroom, but now the classroom is different. I make the assumption every single day that every student in my room has a Chromebook. And if they don't, it's fixed right away. I send them up to the library, the technology assistant that's in the library gives them a loaner, fixes the problem right away, whatever. The assumption is that every single day in my classroom, every single student will have their technology that is district issued ready to go. And that's not an unrealistic expectation. That's what happens every day. So from 2014 to 2022, the role of the technology assistant has become so much more important at all levels, elementary, middle, and high. And so that technology assistant has to be able to diagnose the problem, fix the problem right away, send the student on their way. In addition to that, these are the people at the end of the year who help collect those Chromebooks. I walked out of my building, the last day of school, and I went up to the library to talk to the librarian about the Chromebooks that I was turning in. And every single table in the Topeka High Library had a box of Chromebooks on it. And every single one of those Chromebooks had to be checked, examined for any damage, repaired, updated, any of the things that hadn't been done during the school year. And it was my last day of school. The technology assistant, because I've gotten the flex hours, technology assistant said that she was going to, that she never tried to get flex hours. There was no point trying to do that because she always had to work that last day. And she'd work as much as she possibly could to try and help get those Chromebooks in operating order and ready for the students for next year. But she only had one day to do it. The librarian would take over from there. And I looked at that row upon row of Chromebooks and I thought, I don't know how it's gonna happen. And then I found out some of those Chromebooks had to be turned around and used for summer school. We had summer school kids too. And so the technology that we use is no longer optional. It's mandatory. We've added some incredible programs. The Clever programs are amazing, especially for our elementary kids. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but a lot of our littles go home and they get on Clever at home, on home devices, and they play the math games and they do the reading games. They do them all. They find them very fun. They do them because they've become very useful to them. The TAs are behind that as well. How to use them, how to update them, how to keep those running. We have some amazing programs. And the kids are learning while they're not looking, which is one of my favorite things. But splitting that TA addenda between two people seems like an unfair burden on our larger schools. And so we're simply asking for, or asking that the addenda be adjusted so that every TA gets the $1,000 for their work that they do for the district. Now, I know your next question is going to be, how much is this going to cost? And I'm going to tell you honestly, LR, I don't know. I was not able to find, and I'm not sure if someone on your team could answer this question. I'm not sure how many buildings have two. I can make a good guess over which ones have one technology assistant, but I really don't know how many of them have two. So it's not the number of buildings we have times 1,000, it's the number of TAs we have times 1,000, and I don't know what that number is. Ready?
Yep.
Do you know who I would ask to find, I mean, is that something you know, Deb, how many TAs we have? Okay, all right. And I don't know that all those positions have been filled. I don't, people retire who maybe had that role and I don't know.
Would always be assured that that's going to be the standard question that I ask.
I know. That's
And
right.
I think that from the presentation this morning, you can understand why.
Yes.
So based on this, currently, there's a $1,000 addendum for regardless of how many TAs we have at each building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is requesting that there are two per building?
No, we're not requesting two for building. That is still a decision that's being made on the part of admin. What we're saying is that each TA should receive the same exact addenda, that they shouldn't be splitting it at our larger buildings.
Gotcha.
I know for certain that we have at least one per building. So that I'm aware of. Okay. Any comments that I need to, is there anything I'm missing? Okay, all right. Just checking. I'm not the elementary expert, but we are going to talk about the elementary addenda. We have come to you a few years in a row and asked for this. And every year, the list of things that elementary school teacher just gets longer. The list just becomes longer. But I'm going to start off by I have to say that the elementary school teachers, I'm a high school teacher, middle school teacher, always have been, and I have an incredible amount of respect for those teachers who teach in our elementary schools. If they do their job well, my job is easy. If they don't have the ability to do their job well, then my job becomes very difficult. And I'm going to tell you guys honestly, I'm a little worried right now. The pandemic, we don't, like Gary said, we don't want to talk about it, but we have to talk about it. I'm worried about our littles, especially that K-3 group. Very worried about them. I know that the elementary school teachers that I have talked to have mentioned the fact that the students that were directly impacted by the pandemic have issues with behavior. It's a behavior thing at this point in time. It's not necessarily that they are not academically able to do what their teachers are asking them to do. The behaviors have become a problem. So much so, and I want to just kind of share with you a scenario. I had a teacher, second, third grade combo teacher, reach out to me this year. I am the sponsor of student government at Topeka High. And she asked if I could bring some of my student government kids to her school to spend some time with their second and third graders because they were having trouble with social issues, keeping their hands to themselves, just general expected behaviors that you would see from a second or third grader that would not have gone through the pandemic. And she said to me, she said, listen, I'm frustrated. I've tried everything I can. I've talked to them. We've had the principal come in and talk to the kids. We've tried all different things. We've tried moving students from one room to another so that maybe the student they had conflict with was in another classroom. We've tried everything. She said, I'm at my wit's end. This was May. Is there any way, I know it's late, that you could put together a group of student government kids to come over and spend time with my kids to talk to them about what they need to be doing as students, how they need to conduct themselves in the classroom. And I handed that task to my student government, and the leadership that I had, it's always amazing, it was amazing this year as well, put together an amazing lesson plan. They did. We went over to the elementary school. I took 5 seniors with me. All of them were all-stars for a variety of different reasons, academic or athletic all-stars. They did a variety of different activities with the kids, and the kids followed along very well. We had second and third graders in the classroom. We had the general ed teacher in the classroom. We had special education paras in the classroom. I could quickly see the kids that were creating the problems for the teachers, but that's because I've done this for more than a minute. I don't know that my kids picked up on it real well until we got near the end. And then they broke the kids down into small groups, and each of my seniors sat down with a group of about 10 kids and talked to them about school and the importance of school and what sort of barriers did they have to their education. And by the time they were done talking to the kids, my seniors, they were seniors, were overwhelmed by the stories they heard from our kids. Overwhelmed. They had no idea. Because of the impact that program had on the kids, my student government kids will be doing that again this year. We're going to put together teams of students that go into our elementary schools to talk to those kids about how you behave in school, how to be successful in school. We're stepping up, and I'm going to reach out to Topeka West and Highland Park and see if their student governments will do the same thing. We all need to be a village for these kids. We do. But at the end of the day, our elementary school teachers are working with these students every single day. They're working to move them forward in math, science, social studies, reading. I'm really worried about the reading. I'm worried about that. They're doing everything they possibly can to try and help these students overcome something that they had no control over, none whatsoever. Okay? They don't have any idea that their kindergarten year shouldn't have ended the way it did. These are this year's third graders. Okay? They have no idea. Okay? So our elementary school teachers are working with these kids every day, and I'm pulling for them. I really am. I won't be there by the time those kids become high school students, but I'm pulling for those teachers to have every resource at their disposal that they could possibly have. Okay? I also would, I'm not going to read this whole list to you. I'm not going to insult you like that. I'll give you a copy of it. I think probably there are members of your team, Sarah shaking her head, knowing what an elementary school teacher does every day. But I will highlight a few things that were unique to this year, and I think will still continue going forward. One of the things that Gary mentioned this morning was the cost of buses. The other thing that has been mentioned more than once is the staffing issues. So last year, we didn't have enough bus drivers. We just didn't. So more students were being brought to school in cars or walking to school at the elementary, more of them. I mean, we all know, I think it was in August and September, the chaos at the end of the day because there were so many more walkers and car riders. And even though that may not have been their task, our teachers were out there helping 4:30 in the afternoon before everybody's gone from Jardine Elementary. They're out there beyond their duty day, helping to get those kids in the car. And I've watched these elementary school teachers, you know, the way the exit is done at the end of the day. If you have never sat and watched that, you should. It'll blow your mind. I am amazed. But every single one of those students is walked out to the car. The car door is opened by a staff member. The student gets in. They know that the person taking the student is the person that's supposed to be taking the student. I mean, there's all these different levels. You know, there was the nightmare in Rose Hill earlier this year. That's not going to happen on our watch because our teachers are walking the students out to the car, opening the door and getting them in. But we didn't have as many bus riders, so we needed more teachers out there. So in our contract, it says, you know, elementary school teachers on occasion should be expected to help with before or after school processes. But this year on occasion became every day. And it went beyond their duty day. At the end of my day with students, I have a half hour where I can kind of decompress, clear my mind, get ready, make sure I've got everything ready for the next day, and I can walk out that door at 3:30. Our elementary school teachers weren't doing that this year. If they needed to make copies, get anything ready for the next day, it happened after 4, or it happened after 4:30. It happened after their duty day, and it happened constantly. Okay, so just that, and that was not anything within our control. Not being able to have the staff on the buses, that's not within our control. Not being able to have enough bus drivers out there picking up the kids, having more kids being driven to school or walking to school. None of those things were within our control, but yet our staff at our elementary school stepped up and took over the tasks that needed to be done. Because at the end of the day, it's the kids that matter. Okay? They also are responsible for IEPs. Going to IEP meetings, going to GEI meetings, going to all these different meetings involving their special needs students. And I mentioned this morning when Gary was talking, and I am concerned that the number of students who will be identified and have that special needs label is going to increase. I'm worried about that. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But I think that number is going to increase. I happen to teach in an inclusion classroom, which means that I have students in my room that are students with IEPs. And I will tell you during 3/4 of the year, they stop in April, but during 3/4 of the year, I'm attending IEP meetings 2 or 3 days a week. I have 150 students, probably 60 of them have IEPs. Okay, so and then generally they try to do them within the duty day, but not always. Okay, elementary school teachers are going to those IEPs as well, but that's also the level at which many are identified. So that's the GEI meetings, the general education intervention. What are we going to do to help this child who seems to be behind in whatever? So attending those meetings, data consults, which are constant, just trying to increase the rigor in everything that they do, whether it's math or science. And I see these things. I see what's happening in the elementary school. Very impressive. Very impressive what we are able to do with our students. But what about the ones that we aren't able to reach? Now this elementary school teacher is losing sleep over this child, what to do about this child, how to fix this, how to help them, okay? And again, I'm just going through like a greatest hits tour. I'll hand you the list at the end. Planning with other teachers, the peer planning, covering for other teachers. I believe, was it Jermaine that said you had 3 long-term subs at 5th grade or 2?
That was at Williams. Oh, in 2nd grade we had more, but that was at Williams. They had 3 there.
Okay. So, and we've had to fill some of those positions for elementary positions, some of those elementary positions with long-term subs. And now, in addition to planning for their own classroom, their own students, knowing their own students, they're now helping the long-term sub who was filling in or in that position until a permanent hire can be made. And in some cases, it was December or January, still no permanent hires were put into place, okay? And then, again, the list is long, it keeps going, everything that they have to do every day. I couldn't begin to, I don't even think this is an all-inclusive list. But I also found out recently that our elementary school teachers are now going to be responsible for art lessons in 2022, 2023. So another curriculum has been added to their plate. And maybe those resources will be put together for them. Maybe there's, some magic happening where somebody's gonna say, okay, our project for 2nd grade this week is this. But that teacher is still, they gotta get the materials, they gotta put the materials together, they've gotta have a lesson plan, they've gotta know who can do what skill level they have in their classroom, how to implement this art lesson, which I think is super important. I think the arts are super important to our students, especially those who are having social emotional problems. The arts are important, but now this is one more thing that's been added to their plate, okay? And I won't even talk about the big thing, the assessments that happen, that are constant. Whether it's a one-on-one assessment, whether it's a whole group assessment. What was the new assessment we did this year for?
I think Ellen can probably talk on that, the assessments that we had this year. No, just the ones that were added, Casper. Okay.
So the assessment you were mentioning is like FastBridge.
FastBridge.
Yeah, FastBridge, which was done by classroom teacher partial and their instructional coaches and support staff. But that did add some more stress to the teachers, elementary teachers, just in lieu of our contingent list that we have, which, as I think Lucinda kind of alluded to, it's, informal, formally testing every day, day in, day out, especially if we see that struggling student. We're constantly assessing, reaching out for support. And I think another kicker to that, to tie into the assessment part, is also the time that teachers have for planning. We're very gracious of our 45-minute plan time, but a lot of that plan time turns into collaboration time for elementary teachers, because we do get 75 minutes a week, but a lot of our prep and plan time on that 45 minutes does turn into collab time with our teammates so that we are cohesive as a PLC team, but also sometimes we're crossing over, especially towards the end of the year, preparing kids to move on. If they haven't mastered standards at our grade level, like what can we do to get them ready for the next grade? A lot of that is done, hate to say it, and Ms. Sharp, you could probably contend to this, it's done outside our duty day. We are very grateful for the $550 that we are offered, because it does add for us to plan and reach out to our students with a rigorous instruction, hands-on ways to learn, always changing things up in the moment, just like any teacher, high school, middle school, we're always changing up. But to know that 45 minutes a day is what we get to plan. And I'm going to be honest, I am not a teacher. 2004 is when I started in education as a bus driver and a para. I was active with my kids' PTO, seeing what those teachers, were doing to make sure my student had what they needed to be successful as a learner, as a person in society. 45 minutes wasn't enough for that teacher. And then I get into the profession in 2016 with Topeka Public Schools. Grateful I get my 45 minutes, but it wasn't enough. So I'm that teacher that's there an hour early. I'm usually there an hour or two after school, making sure that my instruction, my rollout of the day is ready to go, and it's the best top-notch to engage, inspire, and prepare my students for what they need to do to be successful. That's the motto I've heard across the district with our elementary teachers that I have spoken to this last year, knowing that we were going to be possibly discussing this today. And a lot of the feedback is the plan time for elementary teachers, 45 minutes. That's a total of 225 minutes a week we have to plan within our contracted time, which isn't enough. And so a lot of work's being done on weekends. A lot of work is being done after school. And then we talk to our colleagues at the secondary level. They get the 45 minutes, but they also get 45 minutes of collab time daily. 75 minutes does not cut it a week for us. So having that additional appreciation is what I think elementary teachers are reaching for. They will put in the work to make sure we do put students first. And they do every day, not saying we don't. But to be appreciated in that sense, it would be greatly appreciated. And as Lucinda had gone through the laundry list a little bit, and more could be added. If we talk to every elementary teacher, more and more would be added, depending on your school, on your demographics. For instance, Jermaine and I are good friends. You go to Meadows, that need there might be a little bit different than what we have at McEachern. So there's even more time outside. And then when we look at ratios, I mean, about 572 teachers I think are elementary in our district. You take off maybe 130, 150 for SPED teachers. We still have a good handful of teachers that are doing the best they can out there to provide the best education. And again, to loop back to K through 3. We know that's where we struggle. We know if children do not have a sufficient proficiency in reading by grade 3, Lucinda at the high school is going to be struggling when those kids get to her. They're going to be struggling when they get to Miss Willits. They're going to be struggling when they get to Brenda. And so teachers are doing the best. Curriculum comes, we don't push it aside, we grab onto it. The PDs provided to us for it. But as administrators know, the PDs always don't suffice for what we need to continue to learn and continue to practice or collaborate and reach out to make the best instructional choices for our children. Another thing I've heard across the district, which I did some research this past year a little bit, very gracious that Topeka Public Schools does offer the elementary addenda. Because in our local area, we're about probably the only one. So the appreciation is there, but the amount of workload, and again, not wanting to talk about COVID coming out of the pandemic, but that's where we're at. We're also teaching the social emotional skills, working with our counselors, keep continuing to build the societal needs that these kids need, reaching out for support from secondary, even other elementary schools. We had teachers this year even creating their own little programs with pen pals. Thought that would be a way to socially motivate, not just writing, but interacting across the nation. Like we're not the only ones going through this. So that's really all I have. Jermaine?
You hit it. What's on list, and I think Billy and Sarah, especially, you see.
And I will add too, and I've heard this before, I believe when I was in the audience in the gallery, but I've also heard it from my own uncle. Well, that's the job you got into. And that expectation of an elementary teacher. It is, but I want to make sure that I'm doing the best I can at all times. There are teachers that have gone to 8 to 4. They're, let's say, banker hours now, and those are once the teachers that were prevailing, and they're burnt out, they're tired, we all are. But the amount of work that comes to elementary, because we're not just teaching one subject and get very profound with that. We've got quite a few, and with the art curriculum coming, which we just heard rumbles of. The new math testing, which everybody's going to go through. I mean, it's just, that's the word that we've heard, just the appreciation for the time put in.
Okay. So I'm going to do a couple of things here. I have, and I believe you have it in front of you on the language, that there are 572 elementary school teachers. And that's give or take a few. I don't know that we've hired everybody that we need for next year, give or take a few. But approximately 130 to 150 of those are special education teachers. and special education teachers qualify for the special education addenda, which we enhanced, I think, a 3 years ago, right at the time Richard left. That's when we added that enhancement. Not that he's taking it personally at all. So if you take that number of teachers off of that 572, that puts us probably at about 420, 430 teachers. The total additional cost for this program would be around $200,000, a little under $200,000. That seems like a lot, but in a school district that has a budget of $133 million, it doesn't feel like as much to me. And it's also, I think, a pretty good deal for what we're getting. We do have teachers that are dealing with trauma-informed care. We're aware that that's an issue. We've added counselors, but I can tell you right now that those students who cannot read on grade level by the end of third grade, they'll become better readers along the way. They'll never actually read on grade level. But, you know, most people think at the high school level, I get frustrated when kids can't read on grade level. And that's true, but actually the frustration is here in the middle school. Kids who can't process language at a rate similar to their peers become behavior problems. By the time I see them, they figured out how to hide the fact that that skill isn't there, and the anger is no longer there. I'm not seeing the behavior problems at the high school level. I'm aware of them. They're subtle. The kids are clever, but I'm aware of the kids that need the extra support. But at the middle school level, if they can't process at the same speed or similar to their peers, those are the students that become behavior problems. So it's not that they necessarily, you know, are having to modify lessons, though we do, and modify readings. Newsella is great for that, by the way. What they have is students who manifest their deficiency in behaviors. And so what the elementary, I cannot overstate the value of the K through 5 teachers. I can't, even pre-K through 5. I can't overstate it. If they are able to do their job and able to do it well, and perhaps a little financial remuneration would help, if they're able to do it well, then as the students move through the school system, the behaviors are less, the academic successes are there, and the student's ability to function in the world in which we live in increases exponentially. So again, I'll say this to close this out. I've given you probably more information than you need. Those K through 5 teachers, they're my heroes. They absolutely are. We could probably go a few days without the 11th grade history teacher and be able to make it, though, based on the way the world is right now, I'm becoming more valuable by the day. But the real value in our educational system is K through 5. Those are the ones making the difference. And their job has been made more difficult by the events that, again, none of us had any control over. I'm done. Questions?
Don't have any questions, and I don't think that there's anyone on this side of the room that is going to take issue with anything that you've shared. We certainly appreciate all of our staff, all of our certified staff. We know, and Ms. Sharp does a good job of reminding us constantly the value that the elementary teachers bring each and every day. And we recognize that, we accept that, as well as the secondary staff that we have. We do appreciate each and every one who basically is out there on the front line, making sure that we are delivering the very best in terms of education to the kids that we are charged with serving. We are in a situation, though, that really limits what all we're able to do to financially express that appreciation. I think that we have a history of showing that we do what we can to the extent that we can, not just recently, but in the case of Topeka Public Schools, you know, I have records that go back 43 years. And at no time over that 43-year period has there been a year that we haven't found some way to scrape together enough resources that we give our staff an increase. We have not missed a year despite some of the financial challenges that we've had from time to time. Gary mentioned the block grants that we had to deal with. You saw the trend line as far as our enrollment is concerned. And you know, enrollment is what drives our revenue, not just ours, but every school district's. And that is declining at a very steady and rapid pace. I can assure you that it will never be a matter when it comes to our staff of us sharing what we won't do in terms of expressing that appreciation financially. It's more a matter of what we can't do, not what we won't do. We'll take all of these requests under consideration, but please know that your ask is going to exceed what our capability is to address. But we are going to take a look at everything seriously, and we're going to do the very best that we can to once again show our appreciation and recognize the staff that has chosen to come to work each and every day here at Topeka Public Schools. Because we know that we have staff that could go elsewhere, but those who are really dedicated to the profession and want to make a difference in a child's life, they choose a district like Topeka Public Schools that is extremely diverse, has challenges with some of the children that we serve. Some of those challenges you alluded to, Lucinda, but we still have staff that are determined to make sure that that child receives a quality education and leaves our district either prepared for college or a career. You know, that's our goal, and that's what people are dedicated to do. So, you know, we listen intently over here. We're quiet. Don't think that it's because we don't hear you or we disagree with anything that you're sharing. We are listening. We understand. But again, you know, we're mindful of what we have to work with, and we're going to give due consideration to, you know, what you're asking for and what you're sharing with us.
I know that, I have a couple of things, and I know that the clock is now working against us. One of the things that we had on our letter was about additional contract days or compensation for our media specialist. And I would refer back to the letter, to the comments that I made on the technology assistance for that. However, our librarians are given additional days by contract, by their contract, not by this contract there. So For example, a Topeka High librarian might get more extra days to do their job than maybe a librarian at a school that has a smaller population. But I want to do a couple of things. One is I want to share with you a letter that we received from Dr. Bijou over at Landon about the job of the school librarian. And to be clear, our high school librarians already get extra days. Our middle school and elementary school librarians do not. And then I would have an ask that as we close out our day today, if you could share the information that you have about resignations and liquidated damages. So we would have that to review in the morning, but I'll leave that decision up to you. I'm just going to read this letter from Dr. Bijou as it is, because I think that's its intent. And again, this is a situation where their contracts are individually negotiated for those extra days based on the student population. As a media specialist, I am an underpaid multitasker. Technology is added to our plate and is dominating our job now. The high demand and urgency of the technology needs take away a lot of my librarian time during the school hours. In order to meet all those needs and stay current on librarian tasks, I give up my lunchtime. I give up my plan time. So from the time I enter the building until the time I leave the building, I am on foot. There is a fixed time for me to enter the building, but no time when I leave the building. A major part of the library work, such as shelving, book requests, lesson plans, making video resources, Chromebook data management, is all done after school. I also do the tasks that are on a track-it ticket, but need immediate attention. It's always my goal to do anything and everything to keep the learning environment uninterrupted and resolve any technology issues. I try my best to resolve the issues as soon as possible. If it's something that is beyond my capability, then I make alternative arrangements so the learning is smooth. Many times my library lessons are interrupted because I have to take care of an urgent tech need. The year when the pandemic started, I worked through the summer for more than 40 hours to get all of the Chromebooks ready for the incoming sixth graders. I was not paid for any of those hours. At the beginning and in the beginning of the school year, I spent an additional 5 to 10 days to pack up and unpack the library. All these hours are unpaid. This year I will be spending a lot more hours because my library is on the list to get new flooring. My calendar is already marked to work extra days from May 25th to May 31st, 2022. Full days needed to pack up the library. In July, I will start working from the day the admin starts to work in the office, just to put the library back in place before teachers come back after their break. Once the teachers are in the building, then I help them in getting the technology up and running in their classroom. It is disappointing that so much additional work is expected from the librarians, and we are not paid for those extra days. Community News released on April 8th did not even mention the fact that it was Librarians Appreciation Day. We sometimes feel like we are salt in a bowl of chicken soup. Those are the words of Dr. Bijou, librarian at Landon Middle School.
You still want us to share our last proposal?
I think so, yes. I think if we have pretty much everything on the table as we leave today, then we can make good use of our Friday.
Got something for me to pass out, Deb? I need to get up and walk a little bit. My knee gets stiff after a while. Does yours? Yes, okay.
It's my hips.
Did you want to say anything more about the rationale on this one? I see that you've included it in the bottom of the document. Anything else from your side?
You have anything, Deb? I guess the only thing that I'll add is pretty self-explanatory. But, one of the things that we are seeing more and more is that there are more frequency, you might say, of personnel that are turning in late resignations and incurring liquidated damages. We want to try to discourage that as much as possible. One of the things that we know is occurring is that as staff may be exploring other opportunities, there are more and more districts in search of certified personnel that are willing to pay those liquidated damages if that will free up a potential candidate to come and join their district. And at the level now that we are charging for liquidated damages, it does not discourage that activity. It does not discourage districts offering or continuing to recruit teachers that they know are under contract if they can lure them away from Topeka Public Schools. We would like to have a liquidated damage price that makes a district think twice before they offer to pay that penalty. We've even had a district on one occasion who reached out to us and asked for an invoice for a certified staff member so that they can just go ahead and pay the invoice for that liquidated damage. That's how brazen some of them have gotten. So we would like to put ourselves in a position where there is some deterrent to late notifications, the unprofessional behavior period of breaking a contract once you've entered into it, and also to discourage other districts from trying to recruit and pay the liquidated damages for a candidate that they're able to entice to come their direction.
I have also heard, and maybe you can verify this, that teachers leaving the profession and entering the corporate world have also, in some cases, had their liquidated damages paid in that way. Are you aware of that at all? Or I've heard of two circumstances, but I'm not sure what that looks like coming into the district.
I have not heard of corporate. The invoice situation that Ellen mentioned occurred last school year. We have had 3 requests this year for invoices. So same district. But I have not heard of the corporate employers.
And maybe what's happening there is the employee is being compensated by the company and
Right.
therefore able to cover the.
Perhaps a sign-on bonus or something like that,
Yeah.
which I have heard of.
Okay. I had not heard about school districts pillaging other school districts.
Right.
So that's new. Okay.
I was just curious, have we ever paid anyone's liquidated damages?
Not during my tenure.
Okay.
I will not rob school districts. I just won't. I've had that question asked several times during the hiring this year, and I will not pay liquidated damages.
I think we've got what we need to have a discussion on your proposal here. Does anybody else on my team have any other questions about anything else?
I think we've had a few members ask us, they've been asked to change what their specialty is. It might be middle school math, and they may be asked, that position is going to be taken over or it's going to be not offered anymore, and they've been asked to go teach PE at a middle school or something like that. Is there any way or any flexibility to where if they're asked to go to a position they're not comfortable with and they're not qualified for, that they may go without liquidated damages? It's just a thought. But I think we've talked about it a little bit on our team. If they're asked to go to a completely different discipline than what they're used to or what they want to do. It's something to think about.
It isn't anything that we have discussed, and looking at both sides of it and asking that, both Ms. Wallace and Ms. Sharp know one particular issue. But it is a one that we've had any discussion about. So that'd be a difficult question for me to answer without us having some discussion about that possibility.
The one particular case that I think we're all probably talking about, that person was placed in a position that did not require them to have any additional licensure or praxis.
I think that is the last proposal that we had associated with the letter that we exchanged in March.
And we have also exhausted all of the proposals that we had on our letter as well. So I think we're at the point now where your team needs to digest what we have handed to you. We'll need time to digest what's been handed to us. I know that I'm assuming all of you on the team, your day is only half over with the board meeting tonight. So I do know that you need to make your exit at this point in time. In the morning, we have been traditionally starting at 9. Do you want to, we'll be here at 9, but do you want to start? Let's you and I talk in the morning about maybe some caucus time before we are all here assembled, but let's have that conversation in the morning. Okay. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And it was pointed out, and I'll just say this real quickly, we will, of course, at some point in time tomorrow, talk about enhancements to the teacher compensation.
What is it?
Just, no, the increase on the.
I'm messing with
Okay. Well, Brenda leaves over, she goes, are they gonna give us a compensation package? Oh, yeah, that's right, you do have one other thing that you need to.
No pressure, LR, no pressure.
Oh, I'm glad to know you still have a sense of humor.